Good evening, everyone. This is Herb Atchison, the Mayor of the City of Westminster, and tonight I'd like to welcome you to the June 1st council meeting. The first item on the agenda will be a special council meeting, and then after that business is concluded, we will go into our normally scheduled study session. At this time, I would ask you to please, if you can, join us either at your home, your business, wherever you're at. If you're driving, please just recite verbally. Don't try to stand up. But I'd like you to join us, especially tonight, in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Parker, would you please take a roll call of the council?
Mayor Atchison.
Here.
Councilor DeMott.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seitz.
Here.
Councilor Seymour.
Here.
Councilor Scully.
Here.
Councilor Smith.
Present.
And Councilor Bowles.
Here.
Tonight, we have a special meeting called for the purpose of dealing with resolution number 20. And before I open it up to the council for their comments, Acting City Manager Barbara Opie, would you please just give us an overview of what this resolution is about?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The emergency directive allows for a more prompt facilitated process for restaurants to reopen, providing them the temporary permits to be able to use their outdoor space, as well as an expedited process for liquor license premises request reviews. And so this process is intended to allow us to move more quickly, and we greatly appreciate City Council support in helping us get the businesses reopened.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll turn to the City Council. The first person I have in the queue is Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 20, confirming the city manager's May 27th, 2020 emergency response directive, approving a temporary expanded area food and beverage service program and associated modifications to the liquor license regulation.
Ms. Seitz.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Or is there any discussion by any member of the City Council in regards to the motion before you for resolution number 20? Ms. Parker, just as a quick question, have we had any requests from the restaurant owners or tavern owners or whoever has that ability to request this expansion? Have we had any of those come in yet?
Yes, sir, we have. Staff has been processing a pretty steady trickle of these applications at this time.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. I have no other discussion as presented in the chat box by any member of council. At this time,
Mr. Mayor, I believe.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I believe Councilor Seymour and Councilor Bowles both have questions in addition to myself.
All right, hang on just a second. Yep, I've got something coming in now. All right, Mr. DeMott, I think I have you up first now for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank staff for this. I think this is a good move, and I'm glad to see us taking proactive measures in order to help the business community get back to business and be able to find a way to create business during the COVID situation. The other thing that I just was curious with staff, and I think I saw some people asking this, is this flew back and forth over the last couple of days. But I'm just curious if we kind of have a plan, if this looks like this helps businesses beyond COVID. One of the things that I think has been very interesting in the situation is how I've seen business be able to adapt, as well as regulations get out of the way of business in order for them to come up with ways to make money in order to stay sustainable. So I'm just curious that, or I guess I would encourage that at the end of this, when we are done with emergency ordinance and through COVID, that we look to see if we learned anything that could help businesses stay more viable with this sort of action or this particular action.
Okay, Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank staff for the creativity of this. I've already heard from several business owners. They were excited to hear what the Liquor Enforcement Division at the state was looking at. The fact too that the State Liquor Enforcement Division has cut their fee in half from $300 for filing down to $150. And I've also had sent out some feelers about how appropriate it would be to use our Business Cares dollar funding to help our local businesses offset even that $150. Well, $150 doesn't seem like a lot right now, with the restaurants taking a 90% hit for the first part of March, and maybe 95%. Anything would help them, and it would help them retain staff and move forward. So I appreciate the fact and also the thoughts that we're looking at something that will be judged in days and not months. So, and I know the state has tried to make a commitment from that too. So thank to all that were involved in this.
Mr. Voles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to make a comment or ask two questions. I'm sorry. Did I read in the packet for tonight's meeting that the usual city fees will be waived for these temporary permits? I guess that's one of my questions.
Ms. Parker.
So I will answer his question from the liquor standpoint. We, as a city, do not currently charge a fee to modify your premise temporarily. So anyone who is going through this process would not see a fee from the city. And I might punt this over to community development to answer the other part.
I'm just monitoring it, so I can come up here in a minute.
This is Dave Downing. There are no fees associated with making an application for review by staff to expand the business outside the premises. In fact, the application is very simple, and we are processing those applications in no more than a week.
Oh, very good. Well, thank you for those answers. I appreciate that. And I also want to thank staff for bringing this forward and working very quickly. Anything we can do to help our small businesses and our businesses in general in Westminster is a wonderful thing. So thank you for this. I guess my next question would be to the city clerk, Ms. Parker. Do we have adequate staff in the clerk's office? I know when I read the packet, it said we anticipate a very large volume of applications to come through. Are we currently staffed adequately to cover those that rush of applications?
Yes, thanks, Councilor Bowles, for the question. Anticipating that this would be coming, we did beef up our staff who will be assisting with processing of these applications. So we feel comfortable at this time that we are adequately staffed to handle that wave.
Well, good, thank you. Will those staff dollars be refunded or reimbursed through the CARES Act money?
We will be working with payroll to determine whether or not these hours will be reimbursable, or if we are able to code them. There are some other requirements for those hours. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they have to be beyond your regularly scheduled 40-hour work week. But we will verify that, and please know that anything that we can file for reimbursement, we certainly intend to.
Of course, yes. Yeah, thank you for that answer, and thank you for bringing this forward and working on this. I appreciate staff's work on this. Thank you.
Ms. Seitz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I am sharing the similar sentiment to my colleagues, just wanting to say thank you to all members of staff and departments that worked on this. I think it's both innovative and proactive, looking for ways to assist a sector of our local economy that's been hit very hard by COVID-19. So thank you for your work on this, and I appreciate you moving to an administrative way to review these. I think that allows for timeliness when it's so necessary. So thank you very much for your work.
Ms. Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I too am very impressed with this. Thank you so much for working to help our business community get back on its feet. This has just been so hard on them, and we want to make sure that we work very hard to get them back on their feet. I do have a question though. So when they apply for this permit, is there an end date on the permit, or how long is the permit granted for?
Ms. Parker, can you respond to that?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. For the liquor license part, I believe that the emergency rules that were put out by the Liquor Enforcement Division as a reaction to the governor's orders stated 120 days from the day that those emergency rules were written, which currently, as it stands, I believe would fall somewhere in mid-September. However, we were a part of, well, more than one meeting with the Liquor Enforcement Division regarding the rollout of these rules, in conjunction, of course, with our other departments. And the Liquor Enforcement Division made it very clear that they anticipated further orders the farther out in the summer we got. And so we believe that based on that comment from their director, that there will be an expansion beyond middle of September. And again, perhaps somebody from community development or legal can explain how that affects the special use permits coming out of community development.
Councilor Scully, this is Dave Frankel, the city attorney. And I apologize, Mr. Downing, didn't mean to cut you off, but I would just offer that the way this is drafted, it does not have an automatic ending date to it. It's intended to provide some flexibility to allow for these uses to be continuing on per the state's orders, the relaxed orders with regard to where restaurants can serve and where they can have their liquor licenses expanded to pursuant to Liquor Enforcement Division approval. Obviously, that's a concurrent process. When we consider liquor licenses, there's a city portion of that process as well as a state portion. Our goal is to have the city's review of these applications occur more quickly than the state's application process. So we intend to do everything we can to accelerate these reviews. And it's my understanding that the end date that is currently articulated through the Liquor Enforcement Division, I believe, was September 30th. But with regard to community development portion of this, I would definitely defer to Mr. Downing as to these types of uses that would be approved for outdoor dining and expansion of the dining areas.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I do like to hear that there's a chance that they'll expand it. I think that's very important. I want to make sure that we're being flexible, but I also want to make sure that we're being cautious in our determination of how long this would go on. Although I do appreciate what Councilor Demont said, that looking at what things might look like beyond COVID. I have one more question, and that is, and forgive my.
I apologize. Barbara Opie. May I just add one item to that?
Sure.
So the temporary use does expire September 30th. And to Councilor DeMott and your point, it is set up so that we would reevaluate the program leading up to that expiration date. So I just wanted to add that clarification for that. For the city's process, it does have the date right now, September 30th, associated with it in the guidelines that we have published on the website. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want the facts to be accurate, but so thank you. I have one more question. I apologize if I didn't see this in the packet. I looked for it, but didn't seem to be able to find it. How do we keep, so, I'm thinking of a restaurant, I'm thinking of alcohol on the sidewalk and possibly into the parking lot. Are they required to put a barrier around that to make sure that the alcohol stays in a certain area? Will they be required to have signage? I'm just curious.
Thanks, Councilor Scully. I'll answer that question for you. Yes to all of the above. For a temporary modification of premise under these current emergency rules and orders, one of the new requirements that the Liquor Enforcement Division has put in place is the business's control plan. This is something completely new that was never required before for just a temporary modification of premise. And within that control plan, they have to do several things. Not only are they, of course, showing a diagram of their proposed expansion as well as their current licensed premise, but they are also explaining how they intend to control the stopping of liquor from going outside the premises as well as from having liquor come inside the premises. They are also asked to affirm that they will continue to abide by all laws in terms of controlling service to persons who appear to be intoxicated, as well as IDing anyone who could potentially be underage. And per the barriers, there certainly are rules and guidelines for what is considered a significant and acceptable barrier. And then within the city of Westminster, with the help of the police department and the community development department, we also put out some guidance on what we would consider to be an acceptable barrier and an unacceptable barrier.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate your quick answers. I apologize if I kind of caught you off guard tonight. Should have probably sent them in a little bit earlier today, but thank you. I appreciate your diligence.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this question is for Mr. Frankel. Earlier this week, or maybe it was last week, that I had asked this particular question that Councilor Scully had just asked about the expiration of this. And my understanding was that it was geared towards the lifting of emergency orders per the state. Is that different than what you just explained with the September 30th deadline, as far as, not deadline, expiration, as far as the liquor license? That wasn't entirely clear to me, so if you could clear that up for me, that'd be great.
Apologies, Councilor Smith. So the liquor license approvals are concurrent. They're it's a state process, then that goes at the same time as our city's process for considering these expansion of premises requests. The State Liquor Enforcement Division is modifying its requirements in response to the governor's directives, and we are modifying our local requirements pursuant to our city manager's directive. So there's a little bit of emergency authority on each side because of the governor's declaration of emergency statewide and his promulgating rules that the Liquor Enforcement Division is considering adopting, and at his urging. There's also our local provision. So we're intending to accelerate our processing of these applications pursuant to the city manager's rule making, which occurred on the 27th, which is now before council for potentially confirming. Should city council decide to confirm our city manager's order from May 27th, we would be temporarily modifying how we handle these requests.
and they applied both to the liquor license portion as well as the expansion of food and beverage service of restaurants. Obviously, last Wednesday was the first day, pursuant to the state's guidance under Safer at Home, that restaurants could begin to serve their patrons inside their premises, up to 50% capacity with social distancing measures in place. And if restaurants had outdoor patio areas already, they could resume serving their customers there as well, observing social distancing. What this rule here would allow for is expansion of current footprints of these restaurants, so that if they didn't have outdoor areas, now they have a faster way to apply to serve food out of doors, whether that is on land adjacent to their property or potentially in the parking lot adjacent. Assuming they have the permission of their landlord, they can now make these applications to expand their service of food into these areas. And I believe that's a much faster process than would be the liquor portion, because the liquor portion then includes the state, and I understand the state's indicating between 15 and 45 days for their end. That was the estimate I heard from last week. I don't know that it's been accelerated since then, but the duration of the permits that Ms. Opie clarified for us all is the September 30th date on the expansion of restaurant premises through these special use permits, I believe, that the Community Development Department would issue. So apologies, it's a little complicated. There's a few moving parts to this and a couple of different layers of government, but it's staff's goal really to facilitate reopening of businesses within Westminster. And we believed that we could accomplish that by promoting this executive emergency response directive as a way to ensure that all of the municipal code requirements wouldn't present a barrier to our local businesses reopening.
Great, thank you for that explanation. I really appreciate it. And thank you to staff for taking this proactive approach and just reiterating what my colleagues have just said. So thank you so much. I'm very happy to support this, this resolution. So thank you.
This time from the council, are there any further comments in regards to the resolution number 20 that is before you? Seeing no other comments come in, Ms. Parker, this is a roll call vote, if you would, please.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Atchison votes yes. Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
DeMott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Seitz.
Yes.
Seitz votes yes. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Seymour votes yes. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Scully votes yes. Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Smith votes yes. And Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Bowles votes yes.
Thank you, Council. Resolution 20 is confirmed by the City Council on a 7-0 vote. Ladies and gentlemen, for the purpose of the council meeting that was called for a special meeting for tonight, that concludes our business. We will now move over to our regularly scheduled items for our City Council study session. We will use the roll call previously considered under the council meeting as will hold us there. Tonight we have a couple of items on the agenda. We'll get to those in a few minutes. I wanted to start with some of the reports. I know some council members were on the call this morning with the chamber, and if those of you weren't, or some of the public that was not, give you a quick update. The information that was provided on the conference call this morning was that the Westy Rise Business Grant Round 2 closed on May the 30th. We had received 106 applications, bringing the total applications received to date to 422. Approximately 282 businesses were awarded grants in a total of about $1.2 million. Average grants about $4,200. 94% of the grant recipients have been small businesses with up to 20 employees. The other activity that took place over the last week in regards to COVID response was, I want to thank all of the departments, especially John Hall and Greg Moss for helping put this together, and all the people who helped work on it. And that was the cross-department team that was handing out the face coverings last week. The city staff distributed approximately 16,000 facial coverings last week, and also donated approximately 4,000 to Growing Home for distribution to their clients. So in the piece that we saw last week, approximately 20,000 of these were given out. We still have places for those open. And then we will also go along with trying to get those out to any businesses that has a need for it. Excuse me, we're encouraging the restaurants or any other business to go to westminstereconomicdevelopment.org to get their license application for the expansion of their service areas. Get those in as soon as you can. As City Clerk and Mr. Downing also indicated, we're taking hopefully less than a week to update those and get those processed. Also, we saw today the reopening of a number of municipal courts around the metro area. Based upon the activities over the weekend, and again this morning, RTD has not resumed service into the downtown area. Denver has, as of this afternoon, extended their curfew by an additional 3 days. So their curfew starting at 9 o'clock tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow morning will continue through Friday. This afternoon, we received an update on the Safer at Home. Basically, there has been no effect in what I read in it. Staff is still reviewing that along with our 2 health departments, but the Safer at Home requirement has now been extended through the end of June. We also received a draft order from CDPHE this afternoon regarding personal recreation, pools, gyms, and rec centers that is out for review with the health departments. They have 3 days to respond to that and return those to CDPHE before an order is listed. As we reported this morning in Jefferson Adams County, we still have a slight uptick, although the numbers are coming down and how much that's growing. As of a report from early this morning, in Jefferson County, we'd had 2,558 cases determined with 170 deaths. Adams County had 3,224 confirmed cases with 120. I would point out that the Adams County numbers have stayed the same for 2 days in a row. What was reported late this afternoon is that statewide, we've had 1,458 deaths related to COVID. We have a number of items that we're going to be covering tonight. And as part of those, I'll try to get to those, but I want to make sure to give council an opportunity for any updates that they have. And let me make sure I haven't lost anybody. Ms. Seitz, I think you're the first up from council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to alert council to a few things and meetings that I've attended. First of which, I wanted to make sure council was aware I had mentioned my intention, but I was appointed or voted into the Metro Basin Roundtable. And so I'm a member of that board. Their main function is collaborating regionally on how to implement the Colorado Water Plan. On Wednesday of last week, Assistant City Manager Chris Lindsay and I did teach a class for our CML for newly elected officials on budgeting and the appropriate role of council versus staff in budgeting. It was a really great opportunity. I think there was about 80 folks on the webinar. Another portion was done by Mayor Coleman from Alamosa and Heather Brooks, the city managers, talking about council manager relationships. It was really well done, and it's always gratifying when we hear best practices that are being taught at CML or stuff we already employ in Westminster. Then last week we had the NADA meeting, and Bo Martinez, the new head of CREEP, I'm not sure how they're pronouncing it, Adams County Regional Economic Program, spoke and did a great job. Smart Commute gave us a post-COVID work plan update. We did learn that the Flex Ride at Wagon Wheel, the Park and Ride, has the strongest ridership in the Denver metro area, and actually ridership has been up since February. So even with COVID, that's going up, and that is a really innovative program that Westminster and the Mayor Atchison in particular helped champion. So it's very successful. they are working on a leave behind for not that we're doing a lot of lobbying in person these days, but for congressional delegates to see about the region and priority projects. And I have sent to staff that list to make sure they are still our priority projects. We did get an update. The state CDOT's transportation plan, their 10-year project plan remains unchanged. So the priorities are the same, but obviously probably the timeline has been extended due to COVID. We did get an update on the N line. They are anticipating that it will be open in September. Mayor Atchison, if you remember, gave a very kind of detailed report from his tour of the site that was echoed by many elected officials who went on that tour of concerns from the contractor. The good news is a third-party independent engineering firm has audited it. The parking structure is safe. They had to do some things to get it there, but it is safe and it's going to be able to be parked in, so that's good. Then there was also information on the I-270 corridor, which interestingly enough is the most congested corridor in the state of Colorado. And so they are currently working, looking at preferred design alternatives for that corridor. And then finally, there was an update on the future of clean mobility from CDOT as well. So that's, if anyone wants more detailed information, they can let me know.
All right, thank you, Ms. Seitz. And my apologies, Mr. Dumont, I know you had sent an item in, and I apologize for not having covered that. There is an election with the CML coming up later this month, and Mr. Dumont has volunteered to cast the ballot on behalf of the city. We will be receiving the people who are being placed on the ballot within about 2 weeks. Once the council has reviewed the ballot and taken a position, we'll give that information to Councilor Dumont, and I would support his being the one to cast the ballot on behalf of the city if there are no objections from the council. All right, Ms. Scully, let's move to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I attended the Jefferson County Economic Council Board meeting on May 20th. We were introduced to Jansen Tidmore, who is the new executive director of the JEDC. Christy Pollard has moved on to bigger and better things for herself, and I think that's just great. Want to congratulate her for that and welcome Jansen Tidmore to our group. Jason Glass was there from Jefferson County Public Schools. He gave a full-out report on where they are in their planning for the fall. That was about the third time I had heard him that week, and I was kind of enjoying the fact, or not enjoying the fact, that the plan changes. So they're very much in flux, but they have a lot of interesting ideas, and I can't wait to see where it lands. On this particular day, he talked about potentially dividing the schools into 2 cohorts. One cohort would go for 1 week, and then they would be home on an alternative week, and the other cohort would go, and this would give a 10-day lapse where they could then track better who has COVID and where it is spreading. So it was an interesting idea. He did say that they had received some federal CARES Act from the governor, and they were working with that money. And his big concern is not actually this year's budget, but actually more importantly next year's and the year after, when there probably won't be as much federal aid or local aid to help them. And then the report out from the JEDC is that they are open for business. They are working to recruit prospective businesses to the JEDC, but mostly they are working on retention right now. So that's the report from the JEDC. And then this weekend, Councilor Seymour, Councilor Smith, and myself were a part of the Front Porch Food Drive. We helped out with many of our city staff from Westminster, and what an operation. Over 3,500 pounds of food was collected and processed, and organized and then put in boxes, and then they deliver about 60 boxes of food every day to Growing Home. So really awesome project, and it was very exciting to be a part of it. We did all adhere to social distancing and wearing masks and washing our hands, and then at the end we all helped clean. So very great day, lots of fun, and what an opportunity to help the people in our community who are really in need. And then I would like to commend our Westminster PD. They put a statement out tonight talking about their policy and their philosophy as a police department in how we handle our business here in Westminster as far as dealing with residents, and specifically residents who are of diverse cultures. It makes me very proud when our PD steps up and really says, hey, we support George Floyd, and we do not condone brutal arrests, and we adhere to good training practices. It made me a very proud resident. Thank you very much, Chief Carlson. It was a great thing to see on Facebook, and I know I've had a lot of people reach out to me saying that great job for the City of Westminster. So thank you very much.
Mr. Seymour would.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple items. Special Permits and Licensing Board held a practice environment for a virtual meeting so that we can go back live again. Our first scheduled virtual meeting for Special Permits and Licensing will be this upcoming Wednesday. So that board is back in session, and we look forward to moving ahead, helping local businesses. I don't imagine we'll see many special permits for a little while, but that's waiting on the governor for larger groups. I also had thank Councilor Scully for mentioning the front porch. It was an amazing process that went off flawlessly, and volunteers from departments all over the city also participated. So thanking them for that. Earlier in the day on Saturday, I had the opportunity to participate in a landmark event. The Westminster 710 Rotary has, for the last 20 years, had a program called Computers for Kids, C4K. And on Saturday, the group marked its 10,000th computer given to Westminster students in need. So it was 20 years in the making, an incredible number of volunteers in the local Rotary, those who have been with our group and since retired and moved on, and some of those who have moved out of state, but yet still support that, and three special members that do all the volunteer work while not Rotarians. They clean off the hard drives, they update the computers so that they're ready for the students. So shout out to all those individuals. This weekend we had 210 students from Westminster Public Schools come in, and they recognize the 10,000s with a special, it was a senior from Westy High School that is moving on to college, and he didn't get a used computer. We kicked in for a brand new one and a printer to send him off to college. So that was the Saturday. It was a great event, and that's all for my report. Thank you.
Mr. Seymour, before you move on, as I was at City Hall earlier this week, I found out that we have had a couple of resignations from the Permits and License Board. I contacted Mr. Seymour, who is the representative to that board, and what I'm going to recommend to the city clerk, now that we are down to 5 members, we have no alternates and no one in the pool left, I would like to ask the city clerk to survey the other boards and commissions that we have to see if there's anyone interested in transferring as a member to that board, so that we can keep the board at the full number of 7 at a minimum. As I talked to the clerk's office, this would probably be a tough time to go out to start recruiting for boards and commissions. So if there's no objection from council, I'm going to ask the city clerk to go ahead and survey the other board members, see if there's someone willing to look at transferring there. And once she gets a list, provide those applications to the board or to the council and let us take a look at those to make sure that we don't have any concerns with anyone who would be interested in doing that. Mr. Seymour, I know you and I talked about it a little bit, but that was the fastest way I thought of that we could try to get at least 2 more voting members so we have a full contingent for that board. Do you have any feedback on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reminding me of that point. Yes, and that is very important board moving forward, quasi-judicial, so we need to have our full slate of alternates on there too. So I look forward to seeing what we can come up with from the clerk's office. Thank you.
Ms. Parker, you have any comments to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for bringing this point up. It has been cause for some concern. At this time, we are still able to have a quorum for their virtual meeting coming up. However, it is definitely going to be pressing that we ensure that this board specifically remain at full strength moving forward. Your idea had been trickled down to us last week through the acting city manager, and the deputy city clerk, Abby Fitch, sent out a quick feeler email to some alternates. We're culling through those responses now and intend to have an update for you very soon.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, this is Councilor
Mr. Mayor.
Could I ask a question about that?
Yeah, hang on just a second. All right, so if there's anybody who has, I think 2, Mr. DeMott, I don't know and who else, but I'll try to catch everybody. Mr. DeMott, why don't you ask your question regarding this?
Sure, and I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Sites, possibly. I'm just curious. I didn't see. Typically, we would get a notice to the whole council of who stepped down. So if we could have a follow up with that, unless I missed it, but I don't recall seeing that. But my other question was, as we went through the different approval processes and the interviews, we typically had kind of some standby list, and I was just curious if we didn't have any standbys that didn't get put on the board before that we're going to filter in, even if we pull from some other boards for these positions.
Thank you, Councilor DeMott. Couple of points on that. We had not yet sent the resignation. Apologies for that, but we will send those out to you. Last week was a bit of a scramble trying to get our temporary modification process going, and that was a bit of our focus. But that will be coming to you shortly, along with the update on filling those positions. And regarding anybody who might be interested in this particular board, unfortunately, we don't have anyone that had specifically asked to be placed on the special permit and license board on our waiting list. And we did actually go through quite a few of our waitlisted folks. So that is a little thinner than normal, but we are certainly willing to reach out to anyone that council would be interested in hearing from.
Okay, great. I mean, I guess I would be curious to see what you turn back up from the list that you just said, and if that doesn't have anybody. I know that there were a couple of people that in the last process that a couple of us thought would be good on special permits and licensing. I'd have to see my notes honestly to see which ones specifically, but you're right, they hadn't specifically asked for that, since I don't think there was a space open for it. So I guess my preference would be see what you come up with, and then if it doesn't look like you got some good fits. I do recall us having some people, at least I specifically marked down, thinking they would be good on that board if positions came open.
Yeah, to Councilor DeMott's comments, the last person that we appointed to that board as a council in January was a person who did not have that board on their list at all. And that one person is one of the ones who resigned. Ms. Seitz, you said you had a comment or a question?
I did have a comment, and it's a similar vein to Councilor DeMont's comments. I think that is a smart list to sift through or to you know, if going to alternates, we're not able to find someone who's interested in going to the special permits and license board, perhaps going through the folks that had applied last time, even if they hadn't stated it, starting with our short list. And then finally, I believe that there were some folks that left their boards and requested alternate boards. So we're like Parks and Rec or Planning Commission, and there weren't vacancies. So they've kind of been left in the pool. We might want to tap those individuals too that have a history of serving the city, but we're looking for a new way to serve. If my colleagues agree with that potential pool, I have a couple of people that I seem to remember that was the case. So those were just my suggestions, considering all of the constraints we have right now.
Any other questions or comments on what we're proposing to have the clerk try to find a way to help us fill this? If not, we'll go back to council reports. Mr. Voles, you were up next.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a few things. Boards and commissions continue to meet, and I had a few in the last couple of weeks, so I want to highlight their activities. And I want to thank them for their service in learning the new system and doing anything, all of this online, and staff are facilitating that. Human Services Board met recently, and Katie Ruskey was elected chair and Catherine White vice chair. So I want to thank them for their willingness to serve and their willingness to lead. So thank you both. The board did talk about their backing up their for nonprofits and human services organizations that normally get grants. That process is online now, so you can go on the city website, the Human Services Board, and it describes the process, and it's up and running now. The whole deadlines have been pushed back because of COVID-19, but we are up and running now, and we did have a meeting. So Environmental Advisory Board met and discussed the sustainability plan. It looks like we should have something to look at on council, maybe late July, early August. Again, that was a process that was scheduled to be sooner, but because of the attention to COVID-19, it's been pushed back. So expect that around late July, early August. And also the Planning Commission met, and they met last week to receive an update from our Community Development Department on the 5G small towers and what's going on with those, how they look, and kind of what's the progress on that. So that's a little bit about boards and commissions. And then finally, I want to say, today's June 1st, and typically and traditionally, the month of June has been Pride Month. And this is a time when lesbian, gay, and transgender people, along with their families, friends, and allies, celebrate the freedom to be themselves. So that's the month of June. Now, we're in a special time now, so I think it's, typically you see a lot of celebrations around that time, along with lots of remembrances and whatnot. I think this is a time it's critically important that we advocate for equality, fairness, and peace for everyone. So I think throughout June, I just want to make people aware this is Pride Month, and it's time to celebrate, but it's also time to advocate for equality and fairness for everyone. So thank you very much, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Voles. Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to Councilor Seymour and Councilor Scully, I attended Westy's Front Porch Food Drive, and that was a great success. And if anyone would like to participate, I know that they have some slots available. They're looking to do it every other weekend. So just feel free to reach out to the council and we can get you in touch with staff for that. Raising 3,200, or excuse me, more than 3,500 pounds of food. And we did a quick calculation and it added up to about 450 families, households. So what a wonderful event that was, and so fortunate that we have awesome staff to work on their off days to volunteer for this. And as Councilor Scully had said, we were maintaining our social distancing with our masks on and gloves, sanitizing, took our temperatures before we walked in. So just wanted to do a quick shout out for that, and thankful that we have that program. And then for quick board updates, North Metro Arts Alliance has not met in May and or April, considering the COVID and the situation there. The CC4CA, the annual retreat that was supposed to be held in June will go virtual, so folks will still meet then. And then the Historic Landmark Board will be meeting at the end of the month. I believe it's on June 24th at 7 p.m. To finalize a vote for the appearance of the historic rodeo market. So all those are, quick, but we're still maintaining a lot of meetings. So thank you for the update. Just wanted to do a quick shout out for our police department, our law enforcement, first responders, fire. Thank you for all you do, continual efforts that you make in the community. And a shout out to our police chief, Tim Carlson, that made an effort to make a note that we are doing everything that we can as an agency to provide equality. So thank you so much, and thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just was thinking about it, and for the last couple of meetings, with so much going on with COVID and everything else that we're dealing with as a city and a state and a nation, I forgot to give an update a couple of weeks ago that the Butterfly Pavilion did have a virtual board meeting, and being the liaison to that board, also, just like a lot of these individual boards, even though, that position is part of my council duties, I was voted back onto that board because I still have terms. They still do terms just like normal. So I wanted to give that update, and just, they, like every other organization, are figuring out, how they can continue to do business in this current situation with the COVID. So I wanted to give that update.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mott. Is any other comments from council at this time? One last piece on a concerning piece, at least for me. I've not seen the federal government use federal troops or enforcement on any kind of an event since back in the 60s. And this afternoon, we saw federal officials, being U.S. troops, marshals and stuff, engaging with protest in Washington, D.C. under the order of the president. And he has also indicated that he intends to send federal troops into any city that has protests, similar to Denver, Los Angeles, Atlanta, and many others. And this is something, like I said, I haven't seen since the 60s. And it's very concerning that we've got federal troops coming into our cities when governors haven't asked for them. So I don't know where the governors are going to stand on this. I know there was a call with them from the president this afternoon, and a lot of issues have been released out of that, of someone having recorded the conversation and put that out on a newswire. We have protests scheduled in Denver tonight. We don't know how that's going to turn out, but we hope it's peaceful. And we ask people, if you're going downtown, to be a part of that. Please be safe. If you're going down to cause problems, stay home. Ms. Opie, you have the city manager's report, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to reiterate some of the comments that several council members referenced as far as the death of Mr. Floyd in Minnesota. We wanted to take a moment to express our condolences and appreciation for the devastation that this brought his family and friends in the communities around the nation. Our police department, as has been referenced, has published a statement on Facebook and regarding the incident, and our police force very much cares about building trust and relationships within our community. I'd like to take a moment, if it's okay, to ask Chief Carlson to provide a few comments on his perspective, if you would grant me that privilege.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council, and thank you, Ms. Opie, for that, and for the opportunity to just very quickly address Council on this very, very tough issue. And we did put out a statement today And it was a strong statement, and it was an honest statement. Reference this incident and the death of Mr. Floyd at the hands of an officer there in Minneapolis. We were, as those of us in the police department looked at this and saw the same thing everybody else saw, you're just shocked, amazed, outraged at what we saw. I don't typically speak out on events related to other police departments or police events typically, but we're in extraordinary times. And I can tell you that what I saw in those videos, there's not an agency anywhere in the nation, I'm not a police trainer, not an advocate, who would condone, teach any of those things that we saw there. And so that just added to the shock and the outrage. And I've been in front of City Council a couple times talking about use of force issues and the Supreme Court issues on reasonableness and all the kind of things I talked about. And this was so beyond the pale that we felt that we needed to come out with a very strong statement. And of course, even outside that very tragic single incident that affects the Floyd family and all those, it also touched clearly on some very, on much deeper and broader issues in our communities and in the nation. So I wanted to tell council and our community that's listening tonight, we're well aware of those issues that have been touched. We're well aware, and we are committed to working with our community, to listening to our community, and frankly, standing with those that are protesting, peacefully protesting injustice and inequality and all those kind of things. That's we stand with them on those issues. Police work can, as I mentioned before, it can be ugly, it can be violent, it can be confusing, and there's a lot of things that come with it. But we are committed to being with our community and listening to our community, particularly at this time when it's so tough. And we've started to talk about next steps. So what does that mean? Let's do something more than just lip service to this. What does it mean to listen? And how can we do this better? And how can we go to our community? And how can we explain to them who we are and how our business is conducted? And I'm so passionate about the people that we have here and the service that we deliver to the community. And I want to do that so well. And I want to serve this community well. And I know our people do too. And they know they're gonna take the brunt of a lot of this as we move along. And they know that, but we're gonna work with our community. We're gonna continue service. And I look forward to the ways that we're gonna do that. So thank you for letting me take just a minute of your time and express those thoughts.
Thanks, Chief. We appreciate it. Ms. Opie, do you have anything else?
No, sir, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Opie, can we move to item 1 of the presentation schedule for tonight then?
Yes, sir. So before you, we have a staff report that outlines the 2021 wastewater rate recommendations. We have staff from Public Works and Utilities, Director Max Kirschbaum and Business Operations Coordinator Christine Gray. I'll turn it over to you two to introduce this topic, please.
Thank you, Barbara. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you recall, we had conversations and a presentation with you in January and February of this year, in which we discussed various options for the rate recommendations for both water and sewer for the years 2021 and 2022. Following that session in early February, you authorized us to proceed forward with a community engagement and education campaign. We were well along that path with the intent to come back to you with results and a recommendation by about the 1st of May, end of April. In March, as the pandemic and its breadth became very clear, we took the step to suspend all activity related to the rate recommendation work community engagement and education until a later time in which there would be better information or more clarity on the impacts of the pandemic. We're back with you this evening in this study session with a recommendation that follows along the lines of the city's overall objective, which is to just do a one-year budget for the year 2021. And the specific recommendation we're bringing you this evening is to have a 0% rate increase for both water and wastewater for the year 2021. It will allow us to meet our near-term obligations, and because of solid financial policies and practice, we would be able to carry out and execute what we called, you've heard the term before, the minimally responsible capital improvement program for 2021. With that, I think I will stop there and see if you have any questions on this proposal. But we think it makes sense given the devastating effects and the unprecedented situation that we face with the pandemic.
Max, one of the things that I would like you and the city manager's office to give some thought to. The council that we have seated today does not have a long history with the utility systems and understanding how big it is, how complex it is. And before we start back to delve into public meetings or going back to the public with any proposals, especially since we're talking about a one-year hiatus on funding, to understand first as the council, what does that impact do to us in the future? What kind of impacts does it have to the system? So what I'd like to recommend that you bring back to council with the city manager's office and the city attorney's office is start us from the beginning. Where do we get our water? And I'm talking about the water rights. Where do we get storage? How do we do treatment? What does our system look like and the condition of our system? And as we look at these and the capital projects that are in the planning stages now, what are those projects? How do they help us maintain the system and keep it functional? Those that have already been designed and developed that are not under construction today, what kind of a timeline are we looking at? What kind of a cost are we looking at? The bonding capacity that we have to consider, but also if we are in the future to look at rate changes, what would those rate changes be to the best of your ability? And to make sure that we have as a council, before these go to the public, so we're able to answer questions when it comes up, so that we fully understand what we're going to be asked to recommend to the citizens or to pass as a council. And unfortunately, unless you've been here for a long time, you may not understand the complete functionality of the system and what it requires. This also has to do with our bonding capacity, the bond ratings we have. All of these things are affected by these rates that we will have to consider at some time in the future. But I want to make sure that the council fully understands what they're going to be asked to make decisions on, and not just pieces and parts of it without understanding the whole. So my recommendation would be for you to set up a series of times as a study session where each of the council members can get to understand the system, but also get better knowledge and understanding when it comes time for them to ask and answer questions from the public on why we are making a recommendation one way or the other. And this may take some additional help other than just your staff to facilitate this. And if that needs to be done, so that's okay. But I think we need to understand what you're going to be asking us. And so my ability to answer questions from the public, as I think many of the council members, I need to understand the full impacts of whatever we're going to recommend when we go into those public meetings, because we expect to be asked questions by the public when we're doing one thing or the other, whichever way rate changes may go. Mr. Seymour, you had a question or a comment? Mr. Seymour, you're muted.
Thank you. Too many mutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff and council received the email that I forwarded middle of last week regarding this. I want to thank staff for holding off on the 2021 decision, but also I also want to make it clear too that while I am new to council, I've been attending council meetings for almost 4+ years now, and spending my time dedicated to that and trying to broaden my understanding of many different parts of the city. We've also had some outstanding meetings with Mr. Kirschbaum and his staff regarding water, where we get it from upstream, the testing on that, the storage of that, and even downstream, and how the outflows work and how we manage those outflows too. We also have an expectation to represent those people, our constituents, and right now our constituents are hurting. And while we can look ahead to 2021 as far as a zero rate increase, we still have to deal with the fact that we have the highest water rate in the area of our cohorts. And with many of our residents having more people at home throughout the entire day, and this will continue for quite some time, I have received emails from people whose water bills have changed when they least expected it. When they have less income, they have everyone at home using the facilities, and it has made an impact on them. So I think if we look at this as a city, what can we do to impact our residents right now in one of the most critical parts? They all have to have water. We all have to have water. It is life for us, and at a time when everything else is befalling them. So my first proposal was, what would it look like if we did a 2020 remainder of the year reduction of 20% to our users? Some of this is born on the fact of a question that I had asked as part of questions that we had submitted as the water discussion began this year, and looking at it from cost of goods, cost of services, employee cost as a business owner. Those are how I make the breakdown in the question that was asked, and it was referred to another set of questions that had been received. You know, what is our actual cost of producing 1,000 gallons of water? Well, the retort was, if I can find that, I believe the dollar figure was not broken out. That's not something that is captured or utilized, and the cost is what we charge. So I believe what we should look at is our cost being $5.80 per 1,000 gallons on the mid-tier, and help out our residents moving forward. So I would like to throw that out as a discussion point to my colleagues.
Mr. DeMott. Mr. Seymour will come back if anybody has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'd say, you know, we were down the road in discussing water rates as staff has spoken of. I mean, so I'm kind of surprised at the assertion that this council doesn't understand our water system. We have 2 members who were elected last year. The rest of us have been here for some time. So I'm not sure about that. Aside from, we're to the point where we were getting public input on the water discussion, and typically we had several sessions of long discussion and education about about our water system. So I'm not sure I totally agree with the mayor on those points. other thing that I would say is, I appreciate staff looking at this in a way that is acknowledging that our residents are hurting right now. It's no surprise that I've been a critic of the way that we've raised water rates, and not that I don't think we need to pay for our system. I think it's a vital utility that we need to take care of, but I also want it to be affordable for people who live in the city. So I'm in favor of supporting what Councilor Seymour says, maybe not the exact structure, but I think it's a good starting point, and I would be supportive of that. I'm concerned also, though, what we think this looks like next year. If you do 0% now, what are you going to do next year? 0% was one of the things that you had put forward in the recommendation that was through a couple rounds of public input. And so I'm just curious, it seems like there's a shift around that $0 about what exactly that do to us. So I am concerned about what you think this looks like next year, although I am supportive of no increase this year, and I'm supportive of digging even deeper, because I think Councilor Seymour hit it on the head. People have lost their jobs. People are using more water because they're at home. They're using more facilities. Their kids aren't going to school. They're doing work at home. So that there's a cost to that. So I think that Councilor Seymour has a good idea, and that's where I stand on it.
Other comments from council? Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would second or third Councilor Seymour's points. There's a lot of agencies right now, public agencies that have reduced their fare, aren't putting in fare, aren't putting in expenses, reducing expenses for residents and people that absolutely need this. And so while I understand that, and I'm very, very thankful that staff has worked hard on this to come to a conclusion of a 0% increase within the budget year. I think we need to also not forget that we take a deeper dive into it. And to be quite frank, Mr. Mayor, your comment about those who haven't been here the longest or longer don't have as much knowledge. While there's lots to know about an operation, I have very extensive knowledge in operational service. So I absolutely understand the cost benefit analysis that goes into it. So I think that looking into this, we can't forget that we need to think about our residents and where we are all at as a community as we approach hardships, not just now, but for the foreseeable future. So I would support more discussion on what that looks like for a reduction of 20%. But I'm very thankful that we have at least staff's recommendation to have it at 0%.
Ms. Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I appreciate all the conversation. I think this is a great conversation. I think it's really important to explore different options. I completely support the city staff's recommendation of a 0% increase. I think that's appropriate, and I think that Mr. Kirschbaum has done an excellent job always in looking at what we can and really can't do as a city and still be within what our charter says we need to do with our utility, as well as how we need to progress and take care of our utilities so that future generations, including our own generation, still have water in the future. I'm concerned. I think that wanting to reduce it even more is very admirable. What I'm concerned about is how it says in the charter that the utility will pay for itself, and that includes all upgrades, maintenance, long-term sustainability of it. And I when I read the report, I understood that Mr. Kirschbaum and his team had looked at that we could do this for this year for a 0% increase. I'm concerned what a 20% decrease would actually, how that would affect that. And I'm also concerned on the legalities of it. It is my understanding that to keep our bond rating, we have to continue to manage our utility appropriately and make sure that we are doing what we have said we would do and how we have been told to operate that utility through the charter. And so I want to be very careful that we don't lose a bond rating that then could require us to come due on our bond and have to pay it with money we really don't have as a city, and understanding that we can't move money from other areas of the city to cover the utility. So I'm actually very interested to hear what Mr. Frankel has to say on this topic. Thank you.
Mr. Vols, then we'll come back to staff.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank staff for their work on this. I know they were very far into this when COVID-19 hit. They'd worked hard on the proposal, the public outreach. So thank you for that, and thank you for your flexibility. Staff is flexible, and they've now gone to this proposal, which I support, which is for 2021 0% increase. And your comment that this is a compassionate response to the community during these uncertain times, that's something you had placed into our packet for tonight, and I thought that was a very, very valuable, very worthwhile statement. So I agree with you, and I would support more discussions around Councilor Seymour's proposal, which is a 20% reduction for the remainder of this year. I'd like to hear more about that. Like Councilor Scully, I have concerns about how that would affect our bonding, repaying those bonds, our bond rating. So back to the mayor's comment earlier, where he suggested we sit down and learn these issues in more depth. I would appreciate that, particularly around this issue. I think that the mayor made a good suggestion where we do in fact learn about the bonding, paying back the bonds, and what would this do to our capital improvement. It does have this enterprise fund, our water utilities it has to remain self-sufficient. So I would like to know how this proposal would affect that. But more discussion I would support. And I have one question for staff. So I guess those are comments. I think we're all doing comments on Councilor Seymour's question, or his proposal, I should say. I will come back with a question later. So I still have a question about the overall discussion, but I wanted to particularly respond to Councilor Seymour since he asked for our input. And thank you for bringing that proposal forward. I think it's a valuable discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Sykes.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask questions about the staff recommendation. I was not solely going to talk about Councilor Seymour's proposal. Is this an appropriate time, or do we want to round out the I think it's germane to the discussion because it will help me respond to Councilor Seymour's request. So I have a quick question. As Councilor Damont mentioned, we did start to see various rate proposal recommendations, and the rate increases proposed by staff have not been just arbitrary as of late, but were based off of actual need within our system, age and condition. And so I am supportive of the staff recommendation, but just out of expectation management, my understanding, and perhaps I'm misunderstanding it, is that we would be deferring some ability to pay for minimally responsible repairs in the future. And so as such, would be understandably kicking the can away, is because we're responding to this very real, tangible need of our residents right now. But we probably could contemplate that the rate increases would be higher in future years. Is my understanding correct? in order to be able to fund the minimally responsible repairs, maintenance over the next few years of our system.
Ms. Opie, turn it back to you and staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask Public Works Director Max Kirschbaum to help address that question for you.
Yes, I'd like to answer in a couple of parts, if I might. First of all, you may recall the presentation that we gave you in February that did in fact have a variety of options in it. The recommendation, when asked, that staff made and was part of the community outreach and education program that we were in progress with, would have had a beyond 22, in other words, 23 and beyond, would have had a fairly stable increase and predictable steady increase in the 6 to 7% range. The other options that we presented at that time, which would have been on the order of 3% water or 0% water, all had a spike that followed that lower rate increase in order to continue to be able to bring forward that minimally responsible capital improvement program to address the age and condition issues of our infrastructure. The second part, I would like if Matt Williams could bring up a couple of slides. I would like to ask Chris Gray, our business operations coordinator, to talk about two things related to this proposal that we brought forward this evening. Essentially, the two slides are what stays the same and what changes. So I think it would be helpful to your question, Mayor Pro Tem, if Chris walk through these two slides, and there's only two slides. Chris, are you ready?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Christine Gray, the Business Operations Coordinator for Public Works and Utilities. So as Max mentioned, there are two slides that we created to answer some questions similar to this. So this first slide talks about what stays the same with this proposed 0% revenue increase in 2021. So we would still be funding all of our operating expenses. We would be meeting our debt service coverage calculations for both the water and the wastewater utility. We have built in some conservative tap fee revenues. So those would be lower than historic revenues just to manage expectations about development in the city. We always take into consideration both our rate stabilization reserves and our capital project reserve accounts when we set rates. So both of those are being used across the next several years in our estimations and our projections to make sure that we are tapping them appropriately and keeping the balances where they should be to meet our policies. And then with a 0% increase in 2021, we are able to fund that minimally responsible 2021 capital improvement program. That does include issuing debt to fund some large projects. So you had all seen a list of the capital projects that were anticipated as a part of the February 3rd presentation. And those projects are by and large the same that we're considering going forward. We do need to issue debt to fund some of those because they are very large and expensive. Matt, if you can flip to the next slide, please. So what has changed between what we showed to you in February and what we're presenting this evening is that we basically have some updated debt service amounts. So we have borrowed money and we are required to pay that back. And that debt service refers to those principal and interest payments that we are paying back. We issued debt in this fall, and that covered this past fall a number of projects on the water and wastewater side. And we had some favorable rates, and there were some savings based in large part to how the finance department strategized how that repayment schedule looks. We also had a refinancing of some 2010 debt that you recently approved. And we had some savings in the near term that have also helped us manage those rate expectations a little bit differently than we had back in February. So more information, best information at the time. We now have some different information for you. And then we did review and adjust minimally the minimally responsible CIP. So Julie Kaler, the engineering manager, and my team took a look at what was in the CIP, adjusted a couple of things that she felt were necessary, but the dollar amounts are the same in large part. So that's the difference between what we presented to you back in February and what we've presented to you tonight.
I really appreciate you going through this. So this is all contemplated with a 0% rate increase for 2021. And so I guess to my question, this includes the 2021 CIP minimally responsible. Going into the future, it sounded, as Director Kirschbaum mentioned, most scenarios did see a spike. And I just want to make sure I'm clear with that eventually we will have to raise the rates further than we would have if it was steady increases to accommodate for this. Is that correct?
I think it's fair to say along the lines that the mayor was suggesting that that would be the purpose for a continued dialogue with you for what 2022 and beyond would look like. There are many scenarios that we could run through a model. Most of them typically come back to one central point, and that is the size of the capital improvement program based on age and condition that's necessary to sustain the utility. That's really, there's even in a budget as large as the utility, there is not a great deal of discretionary opportunity in that budget other than the capital program that's associated with it. So it does come down to that. The third point I wanted to make in answer to your question previously also circles back to a comment that Councilor Seymour made about the cost of a marginal 1,000 gallons of water. Our answer to that question has always been that we don't measure the cost of 1,000 gallons of water precisely because of the point I just mentioned. What ends up being the largest driver in any year, if you were to answer that question, is it comes right down to what is the size of the CIP program in that year. So that number is not a constant because we also have to account for that capital expenditure. This is why in 2017, we undertook a rate study that hadn't been accomplished for approximately 9 years. We spent 16 to 18 months working on that rate recommendation. And one of the features of that study was, in fact, the cost of service study, COS. It was a part of that 18-month work that we did with a nationally recognized consultant that led directly to the recommendations that we made for 2019 and 20, and they are still guiding us for 21 and 22. And the bottom line there is that the principle that it follows is that the rates that are for each of the customer classes are considered to be fair and equitable for each of those customer classes. That's a more complete answer to the what does it cost?
Correct, because each of the customer classes, meaning the tier of water, produce a different amount of wear and tear on our system. Is that accurate to summarize in that manner?
That, and it also factors in commercial customers and it factors in irrigation customers. So there are tiers of residential customers, but we can't forget the irrigation customers and the commercial customers that go into all of that modeling as well.
All right. So thank you very much. I want to back up now to Councillor Seymour's proposal, which I do think is coming from a place of empathy and concern. And then also, I think he's been critical, even prior to COVID, of the rate increases. I guess I find it to be a fiscal responsibility to make sure that we're funding our infrastructure for this generation and future generations so that they can have safe, dependable, and reliable water. And I think when we have disruptions to service, that's very difficult on our residents as well. I am comfortable with staff's recommendation because it's gone through the analysis and we have room to do it. But I am recognizing that there's no free lunch. Eventually, the repairs we need to do. And so deferring maintenance typically means it costs more down the road. And so I'm recognizing that. I feel that going beyond the staff recommendation to doing what feels like a very arbitrary discount in our rate increases, it just feels irresponsible to me. I believe he also mentioned wanting to do away with the third tier. We've secured our bonds based off of our revenue structure. It feels very arbitrary and unrealistic, and it seems that it would set future councils and the city in a very bad place. And so while I appreciate where he's coming from, I can't support his recommendation. I really do appreciate rates being based off of data analysis and understanding of the actual age and condition of our system and the cost of inputs. Thank you.
Mr. Seymour, you had a follow-up comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions that I appreciate the discussion, and that's why this was brought forward, and this is why I sent this out early last week so that everyone would be prepared for that discussion. And yes, I've been a critic in the past. Everything that happened in the past changed when we were forced into lockdown. So I want to address that first and foremost. So we'll leave that at that. And I do recall, and I sat through every one of the presentations that were the results of the 16 to 18 month study as far as rebalancing and rebalancing the burden on our commercial and irrigation users because it had gotten out of whack over time. And so I do recall, and I made this statement before when I asked for options moving forward, along with my colleagues for rate changes. In watching that presentation through that summer study sessions, had council been told what the rate increase was, I think there would have been a different level of engagement. But my question is a couple questions. So we are looking at continuing the major capital improvement and issuing a bond in 2021. And we are confident that we will get the bond rating that we are hoping for, or to maintain our bond rating with this new issue with a 0% rate change in 2021. So that's a question. So will we be able to maintain our bond rating with a 0% rate increase?
Mr. Kirschbaum? Or Ms. Opie, if you have somebody else you would prefer to address that.
I may not be the most appropriate to make a future speculation on bond rating in the future, but I think either Larry or Tammy Hitchens, if she's on, may, or even Barbara, may be able to add something to that bond, your question about bond rating.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum. This is Larry Dorr speaking, Chief Financial Officer, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to add into the comments here. And if I may, I had a a few comments in a couple of areas, but I'll take on this first question, Councilor Seymour, regarding ratings and so forth. You know, the rating is, of course, coupled to compliance with the various debt covenants in the indentures and in loan and bond agreements that are present within the city's various bond issues. They're intermingled, and also compliance with city charter and policy and so forth. So I'll touch base on those, and then one other dimension of the need to assist the community during COVID-19 here in a minute. But I want to call on Finance Director Tammy Hitchens to comment most specifically on ratings, because Tammy's experience and history with the city of Westminster utility ratings and bond issues goes back a number of years, and she's in the best position to make the most clear comments on that. I will say this going in, and I'll just allow Tammy to be prepared to talk and unmute and all that, is the reason the debt ratings matter is so critical to the community is that even the slightest change in ratings can lead to the slightest change in interest rate, and that magnified across tens of millions of dollars in debt can have significant impact to the Westminster community ratepayers. So that's why we take these things so seriously, and I appreciate the question. And so with that, Tammy, if you would describe, maybe for those less familiar with the ratings process in the audience in whole, the reason that it's so important and how it amounts to the credit report, if you will, or the credit score of the city and so forth, to put it in simple terms. And then would you talk about how that may change either under a 0% increase as proposed by staff, or what's on the table as a 20% reduction? Thank you, Tammy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dorr. So Tammy Hitchens, Finance Director. As Larry said, I've been at the city a number of years. And ultimately, what we try to do is get the best credit rating as we can. And as Larry mentioned, the reason that is because for each increment in the rating, it does have a huge impact on the interest rates that we pay. And so we've strived really hard over the years in order to have that rating be as good as it can get. And a few years ago, we were able to earn a AAA rating from Standard & Poor's. That is the highest rating that you can receive, and there's not a lot of people out there who have that. Part of the reason why we were able to establish that rate with S&P is that, and what was specifically mentioned in the write-ups that the different rating agencies write up, is that we have a good planning, we've got good management, we have good policies around debt management and rates and different things like that. And so that's part of the reason why we've been able to earn and maintain that AAA rating. The other rating that we have is from Fitch. That is a AA+. We've been working really hard to try to get that third A on there, but haven't quite got there yet. But that's why we do that, is because as Larry mentioned, each, if you think about it, if you're paying an extra, say 0.5% on a $20 million bond issue over 30 years, that's a lot of money. So it really decreases the amount that the ratepayers have to pay over time in order to do that. The rating itself is a proprietary rating that is done by each of these firms, and they all look at it just slightly different. Probably similar to an Equifax and the Transamerica or whatever, I can't remember exactly what it is. They look at your, what, pardon?
TransUnion.
TransUnion. And they look at you and they look at it slightly differently. And they come up pretty close, and that's why we're pretty close with S&P and Fitch. So they look at it slightly different. One may put a little bit more emphasis on how much cash you have in reserves. Another one may put a little bit more emphasis on something else. And so it is a proprietary rating that they come up with. Now, having said that, one of the things that we try to do is we keep a relationship with that. But the other with these rating agencies, in order to continually keep them up to date with what's going on in our system. And so the other thing that we do as part of our bonds, and which we've already approved, I mean, we've already said we would do this, is that we have what's called a rate maintenance covenant. And basically that rate maintenance covenant says that we will keep our rates at a level that will generate 1.1 times 110% of the revenues that are needed in order to, pay the debt service. So where we could get into trouble with this is if we had any sort of decrease in rates, is we could get into a position where we would actually not be meeting our rate maintenance covenant. We have actually said that if we do that, and we've covenanted to raise rates if we fall below those levels. So that would be something that would be very concerning. So going forward, looking at if the issue that we might issue in 2021, what the rating agencies look at, and again, it's a slightly different, is okay, well, how much debt do you have out there? So and what is your ability to pay? What are your rates? What is your management? What do your reserves look like? And we have really pretty good reserves. I think we have a great reserve policy. And so they're going to look at all of those things to come up with a rating. And whether we had a 0% increase next year, if that would impact our ratings, my guess is that, potentially, but my guess would be probably not. If we were to have a 20% rate decrease, I'm pretty sure it would probably impact our ratings. So that's my crystal ball. Again, this is the company's individual proprietary assessment of what we do, and I couldn't say that for sure, but I would be, as the finance director, very concerned with a 20% decrease in our water rate structure.
Mr. Seymour, I'm going to ask you to pause there for a minute, council. We have one of the council members who is not feeling well and has asked for a short break. It's approximately 11 after 8. We're going to take about a 5-minute break and then see if that situation clears itself up. So we're on a short recess for a time being. All right, Ms. Parker, let's check to see if everyone's back.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Councilor DeMott.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Here. Here.
Councilor Scully.
Here.
Councilor Smith.
Present.
And Councilor Bowles.
Here.
Mr. Seymour, let's come back to you. I know there was a response to part of your question. I want to make sure you have the opportunity to finish your comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a secondary question as follow-up to that. And Director Kirschbaum, part of the 1,000-gallon rate, I understand that, because it's not just cost of goods, cost of services, employee cost. It's our CIP, which is critical to maintaining our infrastructure. And I do have to note too that we've taken a very aggressive infrastructure update over the last several years, and our residents have taken note of it. Not so happy when the construction is done, but very happy after it's over and noticing the improvements that we've been doing. So that's important. But we also know that infrastructure update is an never ending. We will never catch up. We will never be at 100% because those are unrealistic dollars. So that as much as a statement as anything. So what I would like to look at too as part of this discussion is the initial thought was what would 20% look like? Well, if 20%, I have a great deal of respect for Tammy Hitchens and the work that she's done in the city here. So if that would have a detrimental effect on our rating, what wouldn't be? What can we do to help our residents in this time of need address that? You're on camera.
Ms. Opie, do you want to have somebody from staff try to follow up on that?
Yes, sir. We would need to do some research and calculations. I guess a clarification, Mr. Seymour, is can you articulate for us just to make sure we fully understand what you're proposing as far as we've read your email. We just want to make sure we understand truly what you're trying to accomplish.
I want to accomplish the maximum amount of relief to our residents, and without hurting our budget, and without driving minimal expectations down as far as the service, because if we're looking at continuation of our bond generation next year for the large capital improvements that we are going to be making, then we need to address what would not affect our current path on CIP, and what can we do to give our residents some relief in this year.
Okay. Thank you.
You have other comments, Mr. Seymour?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that very much.
Okay. Trying to make sure I see who I've got in the queue. All right, Mr. DeMott, I think you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I said early on when I was supportive of Councilor Seymour is, if that is the rate or the number, like I feel like that number was a starting point for me for our conversation. So I'm kind of along the same lines as what Councilor Seymour just said. What more could we do, or could we do more without drastically impacting those bond ratings, understanding how important they are? One of the things that I've asked in the past that I don't feel like I've really got a clear understanding to is I understand the tiered system, and Mayor Pro Tem Sites alluded to, the thought that went into that as far as if you're using more, you do more wear and tear on the system. I've heard differing thoughts on that approach. But one of the things I've asked for in the past is what it would look like cost-wise if you had one residential tier, or even if you had two residential tiers. I think, the idea around conservancy that was put in place with one of the first rate increases when I got on council, there was a clear definition that part of it was conservancy. So, so that we have that water in the future. And I understand that, and there's also that thought that those people who use more water are the ones who can afford it. And I don't think that that's 100% the case. I know it's not 100% the case, because you have people down in the historic part of the town where lots were much bigger. So they have a much bigger lot that they have to care for. So one of my goals always is allowing people to take care of what they have. I know we've done a really good job as far as coming up with inventive ways for people to do xeriscaping and helping educate them, helping them find ways to find leaks so that they aren't overusing. But there's still some level of those tiers really hurting people that can't afford it, that are just trying to take care of their property, and which feeds into the quality of life that the city has and property values and all that stuff. So the reason I bring that all up is I'm really looking at this holistically. How can we drive that relief right now for people in a way that also is sustainable, forward thinking to kind of some of Mayor Pro Tem Sight's concerns about what this does to increases down the road.
Mr. Mayor, this is Barbara Opie. May I call on Larry Dorr to talk about some ideas that we've been throwing around?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Chief Financial Officer, Deputy City Manager Larry Dorr, if you could please share with us some of those items.
Thank you, Ms. Opie. Yes, I appreciate the discussion that's gone on here, and I beg your pardon, I wanted to have just a comment or two back to the ratings matter, but I recognizing that there would be need in the community, our team has been evaluating these various options, and first being this 0% change, but we've also looked at, from a needs-based approach, the idea of bringing some relief to our community. So it's similar to the idea of sales taxes. Early on in the pandemic, we've talked, all of us, about the idea of collecting all of the sales taxes on time, and then making impacts, as we can on a needs-based approach. And that's been our thought in addressing the situation. So just recently, within the last couple of days, our team in Public Works and Utilities and Finance have been evaluating expanding our utility bill assistance program to include households that have been impacted beyond job loss, but perhaps job reduction, or impacting households that are largely involved in small businesses. In other words, just expanding our utility bill assistance program with the use of the CARES Act funding. In addition, we recognize that there may be other customers who are businesses or perhaps not-for-profits who are having an inability to pay their bills and so forth. So we're just in the first couple of days of evaluating how that might bring some relief to our community and to our utility ratepayers. So we want to continue to work on that and potentially have an impact in that direction. The second area is that I can tell you that our Public Works and Utilities and Finance staffs have been working very carefully to make sure that the rate as is meets our charter requirements. And I'd like to ask City Attorney Dave Frankel to make a few comments on that. But our city charter requires that the utility rate provide for operation and maintenance of the utility. And I believe that our current proposal. And I'll ask Mr. Kirschbaum to comment on the financial part of it first, but I think that Mr. Frankel should comment and expand on that area of the charter so that it's clear. We couldn't, even if there were funds available and it was financially feasible, we have the requirement of the charter to have a rate that's equal to or greater than the operations and maintenance. So Mr. Frankel, would you comment on that? And then perhaps Mr. Kirschbaum, if you could follow on with the level of the current rate meeting that particular threshold. Mr. Frankel?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Dorr. Dave Frankel, City Attorney. So I think it's important to take into consideration three different parts of the charter when you're considering the water rates. And in addition to, considering ways to assist residents who are impacted financially by the pandemic through potentially CARES Act assistance. One of the questions I understand earlier this evening was, as other utilities or service providers are considering making services available at a reduced or even no cost, I think it's just important to understand that under our charter, section 14.4, we're specifically precluded from providing free service for our water utility. And when we discuss the rates that the utility must assess under the charter, section 14.6 of the charter is very clear that the utility rates must be sufficient to pay the operating expenses. The language specifically is, shall be so fixed as to meet all the operating expense costs of such utility. That is quite similar, obviously, to what Ms. Hitchens was describing earlier with regard to the rate maintenance covenant that the city has entered into each time that we enter debt, that we issue debt for the utility. And as she indicated, obviously, those rate maintenance covenants that are parts of all of our bonds mandate that our rates and charges be sufficient to pay for utility operations and maintenance, plus 110% of debt service requirements. So these are commitments that the city has made each time it's issued debt, that we will in fact continue to cover the operations, maintenance, plus debt service in a way that guarantees our ability to repay the debt, which I believe is directly related to us achieving AAA status and AA plus status on the debt, which, as Ms. Hitchens indicates, obviously saves our ratepayers by reducing the cost of borrowing. The other portion of the charter that I'd bring to your attention, there's a specific charter provision regarding the utility bonds, and that's Charter Section 11(1)(c), in that every bond that this utility issues must be paid solely out of revenue derived from the operation of the utility. So we do have to take into consideration not only the rate maintenance covenants, but also the charter mandate that bonds must be payable solely out of revenue to be derived from the operation of our water utility. So I think important to keep that in mind. So just to summarize, really, the debt comes with obligations and commitments that we've made that we will pay the debt solely out of utility revenues, that the utility rates must be adequate so as to cover all of the operating costs of the utility, and that we're unable to offer free service under Charter Section 14.4. So I think taking into consideration that plus Mr. Dorr's beginning investigation, obviously, of the CARES Act availability, suggests to me that there are some definite options that are worth evaluating.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. It's Larry Dorr speaking once again, and I wanted to invite Mr. Kirschbaum to discuss his analysis and Ms. Gray's analysis of the rate proposal by staff as it relates to the charter covenants just described by City Attorney Frankel.
Thank you, Larry. There are two concepts that are closely tied to what Dave Frankel just presented to you from the charter. One of those is that concept that we continue to come back to of the minimally responsible program. This is the minimally responsible CIP program that we say is necessary in order to be compliant with the requirements in the charter. If you, in an earlier presentation, if you may recall, we talked about the level of investment over the last 10-year period, and where that level of investment should be or where we need to go with it. And if you look over that 10-year period, you would find a combined capital investment reinvestment rate of about $30 million a year, which is less than 1% of the $4 billion replacement value of our infrastructure. And that is tied then to the second concept I would like to bring in at this point, and that is the utility condition index. That is the index that we presented to you that really describes the rate of depreciation of the utility, and we divide it out by water and by wastewater, and then we can also combine it into a composite number. But when you put these things together, you can see, as we have shown you in previous charts, how that utility condition index, it has been and continues to be on a decline year over year at the rate that we are reinvesting. A reinvestment rate of less than 1% implies a life cycle replacement of 100 years. Well, nothing lasts 100 years, as we all know and understand. So the course that we've been on over the last 2 budget cycles, and then pre-COVID, where we were looking toward with a recommendation for the next 2-year budget cycle, was an incremental improvement that moves us a little bit forward in each of those years in order to maybe not turn that utility condition investment index around and start making a sharp incline, but at least to attempt to arrest the decline. And so that's why we keep coming back to that term, minimally responsible program, because our professional input to you is that is the program needed in order to meet the charter as City Attorney explained.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum. Ms. Opie, I just wanted to close these comments back toward the utility bill assistance and the evaluation of need. I just wanted Mayor and Council for your consideration the idea that many ratepayers are large businesses, and some of which have been very successful during this COVID pandemic in having growth in sales and so forth, and indeed there may very well be some residential households as well. So I would suggest a consideration from a public policy perspective of addressing those in need, and that's what our initial evaluation of our utility bill assistance program would be. And we think we have an opportunity for funding from the CARES Act, and that it would fall under a qualified expenditure related thereto. So we'll continue to look at that if it is your guidance. We had wanted to have that mature a little bit further before we might have discussed that with council, but we'll continue to do that if that's your interest. And with that, Ms. Opie, I just wanted to make sure that we address the charter provisions and closed out some of the discussion on ratings and also utility billing assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorr. Mr. Mayor, if there are other questions or concerns, or if council would like to provide us some feedback on the concept that Mr. Dorr has, we'd appreciate that.
All right, I still have several people in the queue yet. Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure Councilor had all of his questions answered and make sure he was done.
I'm good for right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you. Actually, the reason I put in a comment was very similar to what staff had interjected with, which I was wondering if Councilor Seymour's desire is to assist people who have been impacted by COVID, that if the CARES dollars in one of those two buckets, either social recovery or people and programs for people, might be a better place to have a tailored assistance. And it sounds like staff is already on top of that. I think it's important to note that Councilor Seymour earlier, when we wanted to pass a resolution asking the governor to look into ways to assist people who are having difficulty with their mortgages and rent, wanted to make sure that it was related to their losses and their need was related to COVID, which actually was in fact in the original proclamation or original resolution. I think that is sound logic and wanting to make sure we're helping people that need it. I do want to go back to Councilor DeMont's concerns about the tiered rating system. And I think, first off, we've had a tiered rating system since the 70s. And one of the benefits of the tiered rating system, in my understanding and recognizing I'm not an expert in this, is that you don't have residents subsidizing other folks' use. So if you as a consumer chose to live in a small lot and you're very careful about your water consumption, I think your rate should reflect your actual cost on the system. If someone chooses a larger lot and uses more water, I think that they should pay their own way. And so I don't believe in forcing residents to subsidize other residents' consumer choices. And so that's really important, is that each payer should be paying their fair share of impact to the system. Pay for what you use. It just seems to me to be responsible. I want to remind everybody, with the last rate increases, we did expand the first tier rate by 50%. So meaning that would handle all indoor consumptive use. So really just trying to make sure that we weren't negatively impacting families or folks on a fixed income, trying to make sure that that consumptive use, that non-discretionary use, stayed within that first tier. You know, finally, I think it probably goes without saying, but I hope everyone recognizes if we were to go to one tier, that tier would have to go up, right? We'd be averaging all of the rates. And so you would actually disproportionately hurt a lot of retirees and singles and people living in smaller homes. So it seems counter. If the goal is to give relief to individuals, it seems counter to that goal.
Mr. Vols?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. My question actually was answered earlier. My question was going to be, what are the legal ramifications of this proposal? How does it affect our charter? And so we're hearing a little bit about the rates and the bonding and the effect there. We've heard about the legal ramifications from Mr. Frankel, our city attorney. You know, I have grave concerns about what I'm hearing on this. So we need to hear more. I also want to, if we are in the mindset, which we are, that we want to help people in need during this time of COVID-19, I want to hear more about how the CARES Act funds potentially might be used to help people in our community. So I want to hear more about that as well. One other thing I would ask of staff is, I don't think I want to hear about it tonight because we're running really long on this subject, but maybe in our report, when it's up the next time we discuss this, I want to learn about what is it, because it wasn't in tonight's packet, what is it that staff is doing that are innovative and processes we've instituted in our department for this utility to save money for ratepayers. I would like a little more about that. I didn't see that. At different times, I've heard different mentions of ways we've innovated, ways we've saved some money. I would like to learn more about that and have that in kind of one place during this discussion. Maybe not tonight, because I'm not going to ask that question tonight. I had planned to, but I think we're in a longer discussion about something else right now. So, but if you could, in our next packet, just some bullet points on how our staff are working hard to innovate what processes, if any, we're doing to save ratepayers money. I would like to see that. So that's just kind of a future note that I'd like to see. Thank you.
Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick follow-up. And again, I appreciate all the conversation. And excuse my ignorance on this one. The utility bill assistance. My understanding was the original program was a one-time $100 assistance. Have we updated, or is that our base program for now?
I think that's coming from Mr. Dorr.
Yeah, thank you,
Councilor
Mayor.
Seymour.
Yeah, I would just defer to Mr. Kirschbaum for our current program, and he'll describe that. But the point of our exercise related to CARES funds is how that may adapt and evolve going forward. But Mr. Kirschbaum, would you describe the current program?
Yes, and I would be glad to follow that up in writing as well. I think we've summarized that a few times, but it's good to bring it back to the surface. We have a variety of assistance programs under utility bill assistance. Some are, as you described, a one-time opportunity, but we have modified that one-time opportunity and increased that amount so that it's a credit that's provided on a monthly basis across the year. So that's the most common program within utility billing assistance, but we have other hardship programs that have always existed. We have facility home improvement programs that we work jointly with the counties on to fund and execute. And we added most recently with your agreement, we added the relief for those who have lost a job due to COVID. So that's a recent change that was added, and we started with that program for those who have lost their job, always with the idea that we could continue to review that, not knowing how long this hardship would last or how severe it would get, but certainly that's something that we can come back to and say, well, what if we expanded that definition a little bit? We could reach an additional segment of our customer population if we were to do that. But we would be glad to revisit all of those programs for you, and most of them are income qualified programs.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry and Max, and that's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Demott, you had another comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple quick things. One, and I don't need this tonight, but I'm just curious to see the list if we go forward with the 0%, with that how that changes the capital improvement list. I'd like to see what we removed and what will stay. I too just wanted to give my feedback on what Mr. Dorr shared about the CARES dollars and trying to find innovative ways to use that to help the hardship. I think that helps meet the need that we're going after tonight. So I appreciate that, and I'm supportive of it. Lastly, I just want to kind of make comment in response to what Mayor Pro Tem Syed said. I understand, and again, this is different thought trains, and so I'm going to tell you where I come from with this. Where I come from is talking to seniors who I know, I've lived in the city my entire life, who have spent more decades in this city than I've lived here, which again is my entire life, who are getting priced out of their homes that they planned on spending their life in because they can't afford to water their lawn. And so it no longer becomes affordable for them. There are retirees that our tiered system does actually hurt, who chose to buy a home with a big lot years ago when that was, times have changed, and obviously that's not as common of a thing for somebody to build a home with this big of a lot as some of the ones we see in the older neighborhoods or even in my own neighborhood. So my desire is to help those folks too. So I don't want it to be misconstrued that I haven't thought through my why I want to go after that. The other thing is, you know, when we went through the water debate when I was first on council, and the first time I went through the whole rate increase thing, we had a lot of residents who came and gave feedback. And, you know, the whole idea of fair share of, you know, the different tiers, a gentleman came, and this always stuck with me. He said, you know, if I go and I buy a Toyota Celica, I don't remember the example, but the example was gas. So if you buy a Celica versus a Suburban, do you pay more for the gas that you put in the Suburban versus the Celica? No, you don't. You get less miles per gallon, but you did choose that to your point, but you're not paying more per gallon. And I think that, you know, I'd like us to, as much as possible, not see people paying more per gallon because they have a bigger lot. If that means getting rid of just the top tier, I think that would be great. If you just had 2 tiers, understanding the rates would fluctuate if you only had 1 or 2 tiers versus 3 tiers. Thank you.
On this subject, are any other comments from council at this time? All right, Ms. Opie, between you and Mr. Dorr, Mr. Frankel, and a couple of others in there, and Mr. Kirschbaum and others, you had a lot of comments back tonight. A lot of these cannot be answered here on the phone tonight, but I request that you take a serious look at all the comments that were done and try to get us a way that we can get through this process. And Ms. Opie, one of the things I would even ask you to consider is that if we need to have someone to help facilitate this process, that be brought into the equation so that we have a way for council to have plenty of input, plenty of responses back, and try to get to the depth of all of their questions and comments. And if there are no objections from the council, to have them come back, and if they need to help someone to help them with this facilitation of these discussions, that they will make that decision and then get this back to us at the earliest possible opportunity. Is there any objection from council to that?
Mr. Mayor, this is Anita.
Yeah.
I guess I'm a little confused. My understanding is that staff was asking us to basically let them know if we were supportive of these rate increases, and then didn't they want to bring this back to us to vote on in fairly short order? And so do we have the time to reevaluate this at this point? My understanding was no. Am I misunderstanding this?
I think if I'm wrong, Ms. Opie, correct me, but I think the only thing that council was asked to make a recommendation or conclusion on tonight was the 0 rate for 2020. Am I correct? I'm sorry, 21.
Correct.
But my understanding is what Councilor Seymour is asking for is seeing if we could go beyond that for 2021. And these questions are all pertinent to that decision. Is that correct? And so I'm just wanting to make sure we expectation manage here. Is council's understanding that the proposal put forth by Councilor Seymour that everyone wants more input, not everyone, that some folks have stated they want more conversation on, is that for 2021 or is that for future years?
Ms. Opie, what's your understanding?
If I heard council correctly, it sounds like we have a combination of discussions. We've had the discussion about the immediate reductions as a means to help assist folks currently impacted with the COVID pandemic. That I believe is what Mr. Seymour is proposing as far as an immediate impact. What staff had been asking for was to proceed forward with the 2021 rate proposal of 0% and being able to bring that back to council here in the next couple meetings for approval moving forward so that we can get more into developing and finalizing our proposed budget for 2021 as it relates to the water and wastewater system.
Ms. Seiss, does that answer your question?
Correct. So in the packet, it says it will be before us next week to vote in for 2021. And I guess I want to make sure with my colleagues are comfortable with this recommendation and voting next week on the staff recommendation, or I guess I am confused as to where council has left it. So I just was looking for clarification.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That would be helpful for staff to understand where council would like us to proceed.
All right, let me take a couple of questions. Mr. Voles?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Is there a way to decouple these two issues? Do one for sure if we have consensus. And then if there's consensus on the second proposal, which I think Councilor Seymour brought forward, a lot of us were very supportive of a discussion of that, including myself, which is 20% reduction. That's a whole different discussion, correct? Or can these be decoupled, meaning we do the 2021, if there's consensus, we move forward, and then we discuss the other issue, get feedback from staff in more detail. I think a lot of questions were asked tonight, and then whatever that recommendation is, then we move on that at a different, maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now. I think next week, Mayor Pro Tem Seitz is correct on our packet. It says we're going to be asked to vote on this if we approve it tonight at the Monday, June 8th meeting. So I would like to move forward on that if possible. And then if there's an opportunity to move forward on Councilor Seymour's proposal, if we have consensus at some point. Now, it sounds like now there are a lot of questions more than there are answers. So I would like to move forward on 2021 if we can go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Mr. Seymour?
This is Max Kirschbaum. If I could interrupt, I'm a little confused by the direction as well, because I would like to clearly understand what the expectation is for staff leaving here. But if you were to issue direction to proceed with first presentation of first reading next week for 0% increase for water and 0% increase for sewer for 2021, I think somehow we can't decouple these issues. If we were to take an immediate reduction on rates today in 2020, that seems to me to greatly impact 0% of what? And that's where I'm stuck. I'm not sure I can understand the direction, because I don't know what 0% would mean if you were to move forward with an immediate reduction of any amount now in 2020. I'm sorry, I am confused, and I want to make sure I understand how to proceed.
All right, let me get the rest of the comments, if you would, Max. We'll try to clear everything up. Mr. Seymour, you had a question again?
Just a clarification, Mr. Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem Seitz brings up a good point, and I'm glad Director Kirschbaum weighed in on that. It is my full intention to support the 0 rate increase in 2021, and that's that issue. But I do also understand how a decoupling would change that outlook and the projections moving forward. My intent for the rate decrease discussion tonight was for the balance of this year. This is more about immediacy and what our residents have experienced in the lockout. So that conversation, I would like to ask my colleagues to continue that discussion. I would like to hear more from staff on that, as far as other options that are being looked at and how we can use CARES money and maybe even deepen that. And so that we can move forward with the 2021 this next week on first reading. But then we should also, and we should not give up a discussion of how we can assist our residents through the balance of this year.
Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. as far as path forward, I agree with what Councilor Seymour just said, but I did have, I wanted to clarify one other thing that came to mind. Would our intention then to also be no increase for any of the fees, such as the meter fee, infrastructure fee, stormwater fees, any of those fees that people see on their utility, or would those, you know, are you still planning on adjusting those, and how does this move impact that portion of someone's utility bill?
Ms. Opie, I'm not sure if that's something you can answer, or is it go to Mr. Kirschbaum?
It would go to Mr. Kirschbaum. Thank you.
Okay.
The proposal that we presented here for water and sewer rates for 2021 would also include a hold on the what you called the meter service fee at this point. That does represent the fixed charge portion of the water rate, but the recommendation would be to hold that charge as well.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Voles, I'm back to you. And Mr. DeMott, did you get all your questions? Because you're back in the queue again.
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right, Mr. Voles, go to you again.
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't actually on there. I didn't have anything else to add, although what Councilor Seymour just described a moment ago is decoupling, having these two issues decided separately. So I don't understand how he starts out saying this is not decoupling, or we shouldn't decouple, and then he describes a process that's decoupling. I'm actually more confused than I was before. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Seitz, do you have something?
Yeah, I'm also confused. I feel like we just heard from Director Kirschbaum fairly clearly that the 2021 rate recommendation is based off of a 0% rate increase from 2020 rates. And so all of the analysis that they went through showing that we could still meet our bonding obligations, that this would not impact our reserves or negatively impact our reserves, that we could do the minimally responsible, is all based off of that aggregate revenue. And so we would be approving something not knowing if it was still sound because we've decided to have a future discussion that might impact revenue. So I feel like this is somewhat problematic. I am very comfortable if whatever programs we do, similar to how we never ever rebate tap fees for developers, if whatever we do is revenue neutral or to the utility enterprise, I'm fine with that if we're using CARES dollars, so it is made whole and it's need dependent. But I am not supportive of having a future conversation on a blanket rate reduction because I think that will impact, it erodes the integrity of the vote we're supposed to take next week, if I'm understanding this correctly. And if I'm misunderstanding it, please someone jump in and correct me. I don't have a big enough ego. I'd like to continue to learn on this. I'm excited at the mayor's proposal that we would all understand these kind of complex interactions more, because this does impact all of our residents in the pocketbook. So for rate increases going forward, I do like the idea of having a more robust discussion about how the rates are determined and the costs of our associated with our utility. But for this, for 2021, I can't understand how we could approve a rate increase not knowing what we're going to do in 2020. It doesn't logically make sense to me, unless what we're doing in 2020 keeps the system whole. If Director Kirschbaum wants to correct me, please jump in.
I apologize. This is Barbara Opie, acting city manager. If I could, let me see if I can try to make sure I understand what I've heard. So Councilor Seymour identified as a clarification the 0% for 2021 as far as a rated proposal. However, it's really focusing on what can we do as a short-term relief for folks impacted by COVID currently. And one of the things that we had proposed, if council would let us do some more research and bring it back to you, is to utilize our CARES funds to see if there's a way that we can use this to maybe as an alternative to across the board rate adjustment. Maybe it's a means to help us make sure we're helping those who are most impacted by the pandemic. Is that close to what, is that an alternative that is willing to let staff proceed with?
I'm supportive of that alternative. Where I'm saying I am uncomfortable is what Councilor Seymour also said, which was he wanted to continue the conversation on lowering the rates for 2020. Councilor Seymour, if I misrepresented you, please correct.
Let me see if I can help with this. What Mr. Seymour has recommended is some way to facilitate assistance to those who are in need in 2020. And I think what the staff is saying that they have some ideas of how to do that without having to deal with the rate structure in 2020, other than the 0%, which we need to act on here quickly. But that in the future, beyond tonight and beyond next week, is that we would still have the opportunity to discuss what rate structures may be, but that we're going to have guidance from staff, from city attorney, and from finance on any changes that we make that are not in compliance with the charter. But I think that the proposal that staff has come up with of saying, give us a few days to look at how we could potentially use CARES funds to help those who are most in need, but they have to demonstrate a need. And then that takes the issue of any kind of a rate change for 2020 other than what's being proposed to staff off the table at this time. Mr. Seymour, am I correct in understanding what you're saying?
Mr. Mayor, I think you encapsulated that well. I also want to say too that it's just June 1st. We are going to have to make other decisions that are going to impact 2021 and 2022 over the next 6 months. And so to lock out any one area and say, no, we can't do that because we've made a commitment here, we're going to have to be more fluid in our thinking on all of these things. So I appreciate what Acting City Manager Opie said in her recap of that.
So let me try to bring this to a close because we've been on this one for quite a while. The staff is recommending to move forward with a proposal to come to us at the next council meeting to vote on a staff recommendation of a 0 rate increase for 2020. That's all we're going to be dealing with for 2021. And that's 0% 2021 rate increase over the current rates with rate relief and assistance during 2020 if we can use the CARES funds for that. Any other discussions will have to be part of a future discussion about how we assimilate the potential of rate changes up, down, but they have to be in compliance with the charter and our bonding requirements. If everyone can just give me, I'll do a quick round to make sure. Remember, we are in a study session. We want to move this forward to next week. So starting with, if you're okay with that, just tell me yes or no. And then we'll have to see if we have enough of a majority to move this forward to next week. Mayor Pro Tem Sykes?
I am fine with it as you have described it.
All right. Mr. DeMott?
Yes.
Mr. Seymour?
Yes.
Ms. Scully?
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Voles?
Yes.
Did I miss anybody? Then Ms. Opie, I think you have clear direction at least for the next step. Are you okay with that, or do you still need clarification?
Yes, sir. No, I think we're good. We will go back and do some more strategizing on options to help provide relief during this year, and look at what we can do with our CARES funds, and also move forward with bringing back information over the summer as far as it relates to how our structure is built, how the age and condition of our system, and the things that you had outlined previously.
All right. All right. Is everyone okay for us to continue, or do you need a short break for bio?
Mr. Mayor, I need a short break for bio.
Okay. Can we take about 5 minutes, let's say reconvene at 9:15? That'll give you about less than 10 minutes.
That'll work.
All right, Ms. Parker, I have it showing us at 9:15 at this point. Can you poll to make sure all the council members are back?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Atchison,
Yes.
Councilor DeMott.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Scully.
Here.
Councilor Smith. Councilor Smith. Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
All right, Mayor, looks like we're waiting on one.
All right, we'll give her another minute. Ms. Parker, can you tell by any chance if Councilor Smith was just muted and we couldn't hear?
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Let me-
It's Councilor Smith.
Okay, all right, then we're all back then. Okay, Ms. Opie, can we go on to item 2, please?
Yes, sir. I believe we have Assistant City Manager Chris Lindsay here to provide us with an overview on legislative updates, please.
Yes, ma'am. And I would actually invite John Praisner from the Policy and Budget Department to hop on the line and update us on the status of the legislative session.
Yes, thank you. Filling in for Teresa tonight, so hopefully I live up to her. The session resumed on May 26th after adjourning on March 14th due to COVID-19. The leadership set a revised target date for adjournment of June 12th. However, with the recent protests and again, another shutdown of the state session, that may be extended for a few days. I'm not sure how long at this point. Leadership has set an expectation that new legislation that is introduced should be fast, free, and friendly, or non-controversial. As a result, over 200 bills that were previously introduced have already been postponed indefinitely. The main accomplishments that needs to occur during the session is to pass a budget. The Joint Budget Committee finally completed their budget, and we'll be introducing it in the House and Senate, and we expect there to be several amendments. The introduced budget resulted in over $3 billion in cuts, and we expect that there might be more, like I said before, more amendments to come. One of the key pieces of legislation that we've been following and working on the staff is the speedy trial. We worked tirelessly to get some clarifications on the requirements, and there was a rule change by the Supreme Court last week, which put the city in a much better position than before. Staff believes that it's a better option than legislation because the speedy trial deadline is no longer set by statute. It will be set by the Colorado Municipal Court Rules of Procedure, which are set by the Colorado Supreme Court. If we move over to, actually, I just realized that we're not on the slides, so you're following along. If we move over, we have the slides. If not, I'll just keep going. The next piece of legislation is that we were following was the Senate Bill 151 regarding RTD accountability. This bill was postponed indefinitely. Negotiations between RTD and legislature continue. Legislative leaders are considering the best approach for oversight that provides an independent review of RTD's operations, and we expect more information on this issue very soon. School Finance Act is expected to be introduced either this week or next week, and will also include other bills that are related to education. And the current introduction includes $577 million of reduction in funding. Two bills that have popped up recently, we're monitoring, seemed like priorities last week, but things have shifted and may not be priorities at the moment, so we will continue to monitor. And those are sick leave for employees, which would provide for 1 hour of leave for every 30 hours worked, up to a maximum 48 hours for all employees, regardless of how many hours or what their status is, whether they're benefited or not. The other bill is Senate Bill 207, which significantly changes how independent contractors are treated in regards to unemployment insurance and has other expansions. Both of those bills have fiscal notes, so that goes slightly against that fast, free, and friendly approach. So we will continue to monitor those, and if we have a recommended position for the city to take, we will come back. And that concludes the legislative update, unless there are any questions.
In regards to John 151, understanding that the Judiciary Committee killed 151 in its current or former state, there is a revision to that that's been pushed around for consideration. And I know that the RTD board and director wrote a letter to the governor and to the legislature in regards to the need for that bill. And I think that's what's still in negotiation between the legislature and RTD and the governor's office. But I also understand that there's that continuation of that is going on, that the state is asking RTD to fund that committee. But something came up last week, which I declined to sign on to a letter at that time through the Metro Mayors, was asking to take that from a 7-person committee to an 11-person committee. And because that hadn't been discussed here, I told them we as myself would not sign on to that letter. That letter did go out with a few mayors from the metro area that signed it to expand that, which still has to be resolved and worked out whether or not there's going to be a consideration of an expansion of that, or if there's going to be any action taken at all. So that, as you pointed out, that discussion is continuing. The last piece I have in regards to that was that because the legislature's been dealing with the protests and the riots in the Denver area, is still on the to-do list and hasn't had anything given to us that we're going to look at, and whether or not this will even go forward. I know RTD has objected to having to pay for it, and they objected to paying people to be on that committee. So I think there's a lot of discussions that's going to happen on that. But at the present time, we've not taken a position one way or the other because we don't know where this is going to end up, other than I did tell the Metro Mayors that I would not sign on to the letter because we hadn't discussed it at the council, and that letter's already went out. So at this point, it's a moot point of whether or not we need to be in joining because the items is still up for discussion at the legislature. Are there any other bills, Chris, that you and your team are looking at that we need to be concerned about? As you indicated, with so many bills being postponed indefinitely, because if they're not COVID related, the physical notes on them are going to have a tough time getting through with the potential $3 billion cut to the budget.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make two comments there. One on your previous question on the RTD, and the second one on this question you just asked. But on the RTD bill, we're going to continue to monitor what goes on. It's our understanding there's continuing negotiations happening between RTD and the legislature and the governor's office. So we'll continue to monitor there, and we'll bring back items as they become available and as documents become public and whatnot. In terms of bills and as they come up and fiscal impacts, things have changed fairly significantly over the last couple of days with the legislature. So you know, beginning of last week, we were monitoring changes around budgets and watching a tremendous number of bills getting killed right as the legislature came back into session. Since then, there was a lot of discussion last week on workers' rights. Some of these bills that John mentioned, we heard those introduced on Thursday, really. And then with the events in Denver beginning Thursday night, really the focus of the legislature seems to have changed a third time to some criminal justice potential legislation. So we're going to continue to monitor what goes on. I've never quite seen the rapid changes and focus that we've seen over the last week, and we'll bring back any of those items that we believe need to be discussed or that council or the mayor would like to have discussed.
One of the things that hit the papers this morning, Chris, in regards to this is the bipartisan effort to repeal the Gallagher Amendment. As soon as that is solidified and you can get a copy of what's actually being proposed, I think that's going to be of interest, because that affects our school districts, our special districts, in some cases fire districts, that without a change to that, a lot of those are going to take serious financial impacts. I know a couple of communities that talked about that have fire districts, they may end up having to shut down portions of their fire district because they won't have money to pay for them. But that is another significant impact to our schools if they don't do something with that. But I'd like to have some feedback from staff so that council has a clear understanding of what, if any bill does get proposed, how that would potentially impact us, but what we would need to do to take a position on that.
Yes, sir. We will follow up on that.
Council, are there any other questions at this point on what's been provided as a legislative update? And I'm delaying to see because sometimes some of you get into the chat faster than it gets to my computer. All right, at this point, I'm not seeing any comments. Ms. Opie, let's go to item 3 if you can.
Yes, sir. Our next item up is the COVID-19 response next steps. I believe, yes, on the slide, you'll see the 5 items that we've identified to provide an overview. This first one we'll start with is the EOC update. Max Kirschbaum, if you could, please.
Thank you, Barbara. Mayor and Council, I assure you my comments will be much shorter than water rate discussions. First item is case information for Westminster. At the beginning of tonight's session, the mayor talked about county and state numbers, so I won't repeat those. But since Thursday, which was the last situational report to City Council, the number of active cases or confirmed cases in Westminster has grown to 392. That's an increase of 15. So that rate of increase has certainly slowed down. It'll be interesting to see on COVID tracking how the national events of the last week and reopening around various states may impact those trends. But at the moment, the trends are still headed in the right direction, which is a decline. Second, the expenditures that are being tracked through the EOC, we are now at a total of $352,000 expended as of today. And as I mentioned, the last report I gave you verbally, that some of those funds may be reimbursable through grants, some through FEMA public assistance, and some through CARES. That will be sorted out as we go, but there may be reimbursement opportunities there. Third, the EOC is preparing for transitions. The governor put out another executive order today, largely dealing with outdoor kind of activities. So I think we're in a mode where we're going to see changes both from the governor's office as well as from CDPHE unless the virus happens to take a sidetrack turn. So we're just watching and being able to respond to those. And if it stays on course, I think what you'll see from staff will be less about the Emergency Operations Center and more about long-term recovery, as it should be. Lastly, the last item I'd like to bring up is that the police department will take a lead role in a contract with a consultant to conduct an after-action review of our actions in and around the Emergency Operations Center since the beginning of this crisis. This will be a two-part review. One would be to identify those lessons learned, evaluate what we did and look at lessons learned, try to make this a better and smoother process in the future. But secondly, and to me, I think more importantly, it will help us identify and map out things that we should be doing right now to better prepare for the possibility of a second wave or a return of increase cases of the virus, whenever that might be, either driven by activity that we see or driven by seasonal changes that some of the epidemiologists speak of with a second wave of the virus. So that's all I have to present this evening. And shortly, you'll see on the website, we will be posting those, the case information, not only in numbers on that day, but we will be showing charts that show those trend lines for the state as well as both counties. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Max, before you go, I have a couple of people have questions on your comments. So Mr. Volz.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, hi, Mr. Kirschbaum. I have a quick question. Will the funds being spent now be transparent? Will we get a review of those, and will those be submitted at some point, or when will we see what that money is spent for up to date and in the future? Thank you.
Our finance expert in EOC has got a very detailed transaction ledger with all of the supporting documentation for the expenditures that have been made that is required if we're able to file for FEMA public assistance. So there is a significant amount of line by line information available at any time.
Okay, so would we at some point request that, or is that, or do you have a point where that would be provided, or where would we find that information?
We have been presenting it.
So this is Tammy Hitchens, Finance Director. You'll be getting later this week on the Wednesday. There's going to be a special report on the COVID. It's called the COVID Chronicle, about the finances of this. And in that, now having said that, there's going to be a section about all the expenses, all the revenues that we're getting specifically towards the CARES funding and other grants that we're getting towards this pandemic. There's also going to be a section in there where we outline specifically all of the money that we've been expending towards the goals of the program. So you'll be seeing that. Now, there's not a lot in this April report because we didn't have that much during the month of April, but you'll be seeing that as we move forward.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hitchens and Mr. Kirschbaum. Thank you for that answer. I really appreciate that. And thank you. That answers my question.
Ms. Smith, you had a question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Max, just a quick question. Could you repeat the number of dollars that have been spent so far on the COVID update?
As of today, that number is $352,000.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Max, in clarification, the money you're talking about is what we get from CARES Fund. That is not what we get from the contributions of the two counties in that $9 million pocket, is it?
I wasn't speaking to revenues. I was speaking to the expenditure part. These are the costs that we have incurred to date.
Okay. All right, thanks. Any other questions of Mr. Kirschbaum before we move on to the next group? All right. Ms. Opie?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if we could go to economic recovery update, that would be led by John Hall and Larry Dorr, our Economic Development Director, John Hall.
Thank you, Barbara. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is John Hall, Economic Development Director. And I just wanted to take a moment to bring you up to speed on some of the programs and activities we have underway related to economic recovery. The first one you're very familiar with, which is the Westy Rise Business Grant Program. The Mayor did a good job of summarizing the status of that program early in the meeting. Just as a reminder, we have to date provided assistance to 282 businesses representing approximately 1,700 employees and awarded a total of roughly $1.2 million, an average award amount of $4,200, and 94% of those grant recipients are businesses with 20 employees or fewer. We are currently reviewing some applications that have previously been denied, and we'll be reporting back to you at our next meeting on additional allocations in this program. The second thing that we've been working on, you've also heard about this evening, that is our temporary expanded food and beverage service areas. I would ask you to think about this evening's action, or actually the emergency directive that City Manager Tripp executed last week, as the first step in the process. Obviously, the second step was getting guidelines in place. And then to Councilor Seymour's question earlier this evening, we are currently in the middle of developing a financial assistance program that would help restaurants with the costs of adjusting, in particular to facilitating outdoor dining. And we will be coming back with more detailed information and recommendations on that program as well. The fourth thing we've been working on is in partnership with the Westminster Chamber, the Shop Local campaign. The city will be contributing $3,500 to that campaign, and we are also providing additional support in the form of marketing in our work with the Chamber. The fifth item I'd like to speak to you about this evening really is another partnership program with Adams County. It's the Small Business Stabilization Program. This is being funded through Community Development Block Grant COVID funds in the amount of $371,000. And this program will provide grants of up to $35,000 for short-term working capital. Adams County has agreed to make those funds eligible to businesses in both Adams and Jefferson counties within the Westminster city limits. Key element of the program is the businesses must have less than 25 FTEs. The sixth item we've been working on is our tenant-based rental assistance program. And as you will remember, this will be funded through $865,000 in home funds, made up of contributions of all of the members of the home consortium that we participate in. Our portion would be $541,000, and that program is scheduled to be launched in the middle of this month. The seventh item is something you've heard about this evening as well, and that has to do with the distribution of face coverings to local businesses. We distributed a total of roughly 20,000 face coverings. 15,000, almost 16,000 went to 105 businesses, and we also distributed 4,200 face coverings to Growing Home for them to distribute to citizens in need. And then finally, we're working very hard on a broad array of communication strategies to communicate with the business community. You're all aware of the care calls we've done previously. We continue to ramp up direct interactions with our businesses through things like care calls. We also continue to get email blasts out. I will be participating in a chamber-sponsored economic recovery panel later this week and looking forward to doing that. So those are where we stand on some of our current programs over the past week. We look forward to continuing to devise and implement programs to assist our business community, our citizens, and look forward to reporting back to you with this information on a regular basis. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Hall, I have two people in the queue for questions. Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hall, for the presentation. A lot of good information. I know you guys are doing a lot of good work. I'm specifically have two questions. One, do the people who didn't make the cut or didn't get one of the packages for assistance, were they told why they didn't get them?
Thank you for the question, Councilor. Yes, we did communicate to the businesses what the outstanding issue was in their particular case.
Okay, and so with that, if we're able to go back at all, I mean, was it done in a way that maybe they could rectify that and still be able to take part, or do we not really foresee that being a path?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Frankel for a moment. We did include some recommendations in an email to you this week. They came from Mr. Frankel, and portions of that email were privileged communication. So I want to make sure that I'm respecting that confidentiality. Dave?
Sure, and I would just add, if it's in that email, you could direct me back to it. I haven't been able to, there's so much that's went for the last couple of days. It's possible I didn't see it, so I could refer back to it if that's easier.
Thank you, Councilor DeMott, and thank you, Mr. Hall. The essential privilege and confidential information in that email was relative to specific businesses. So when you find time to review that, you'll see that I think staff was welcoming some guidance as far as policy criteria that may be applied to future rounds of funding, so that council's direction could be incorporated into that process. But as to specific applications that were rejected, at getting down to specific business information becomes more problematic, as their tax return information is confidential and protected under law. So we wouldn't be able to disclose individual businesses' tax information.
Sure, that makes sense. I guess on that point, what my preference would be is the same thing that I've kind of reiterated through this process is, if we can help, the more businesses we help, the better. So if there's ones that are hurting that, have some sort of path to rectify why they weren't able to take part and still be able to get assistance so that they stay viable and still a business in the city, that would be my preference. The other thing that I've put out, and I kind of brought this up when we passed the restaurant change earlier, and again, thank you for doing that. I think that's a really good move. As you alluded to, Mr. Hall, as far as like now the next step is like what the guidelines look like, I would just ask again for you to really think through those. If as you do those, if there are parts and pieces of that could live on past COVID, that might be beneficial for both the people who visit our restaurants as well as the restaurants and their viability, I would ask that we keep that in mind as we go forward. But otherwise, I appreciate all your work that you guys are doing on this. I also appreciate the continued partnership with the partners such as the Chamber, and so keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Councilor. I hope that we continue to learn from our work. And as we're going through these programs, I promise you we are learning and adjusting as we go, because our default position is to try and find ways to help businesses in every way we can.
Ms. Smith, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this, I think last week and maybe a couple weeks ago, partly was sparked by Councilor DeMont's when we were first going through this and through approving this program. One of the questions came up was to look at businesses that didn't have good standing. And then I remember, I believe it was Councilor Voles that had said, hey, can we have an understanding of where we're at, just with the report of how much we've given out, who we've given to, and we've since got that. So I appreciate that information. But there have been follow-up questions that I've had. And I realized that there was an email tonight sent out during council, so I have not had a chance to read that. But with those not in good standing, I understand, Mr. Hall, that we are looking at those that previously were denied. Can you walk me through what that looks like for a business that might not have a license, that may have caused them to be denied? Let's say they rectify it within the last couple weeks. What does that look like as far as moving forward for them for getting this opportunity to have a Westy Rise grant?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Smith. I think you will find in that email an answer to the number of, virtually all of the questions that you asked. In some circumstances, it's relatively easy for a business to remedy a condition. In other situations, it's not so easy for them to remedy an error that they may have made. And so we have provided what we believe are very common sense opportunities for businesses to cure their situations as a recommendation and seeking direction from council. However, business license compliance is simply a matter of law, a matter of the code. We require business licenses for a variety of reasons. And where that threshold, that simple threshold hasn't been met, it's very difficult to go back and remedy all of the challenges that then flow from that initial act, perhaps, of not obtaining a business license.
Okay. And those that were previously denied, did they know that they were able to apply again, or was that something that staff was reaching out to as far as getting them within good standing?
Well, all of the businesses were notified of the reason why they may have been denied or were denied. As you recall, one of the initial requirements of the program was that they be in good standing as of March 1st. And we did that out of an abundance of caution and desire to help businesses, because that date was a date prior to the public health orders that began to shut down certain types of businesses. So our sense of it was that that was when businesses would likely be in compliance if they were, if they didn't have other outstanding issues. If they were operating in good faith, they would have had every chance to be in compliance as of that date. As we started going into the program and recognizing we had a limited amount of funds, we, I think quite obviously, pursued approval of those businesses that were in good standing, because we anticipated running out of monies prior to running out of applications. As it has turned out, we ended up having a total of 422 applications, and the program closed on the 30th. It's interesting to note that in the first round of the program, we had 316 applications in 2 days. Over the next almost 3 weeks, we had 106 applications until we frankly stopped receiving applications. And at that point, we decided that we would go back and start taking a second look at some of these businesses that initially had been denied. And again, making recommendations to council regarding what we thought was a common sense approach to providing a second look at some of these businesses that had been denied. And those have been provided to you, and we're happy to hear council's thoughts and direction on that.
Thank you for that explanation. I can't presume that the COVID would be the only opportunity that we would go through our businesses to see if they were in good standing. How often do we go through our businesses in Westminster to ensure their compliance, and so that if anything in the future, such as this emergency come up, that they would understand that they're not in good standing?
Councilor, I'm going to ask our finance director, Tammy Hitchens, to address that question, as the good standing test is, generally speaking, giving the components of good standing, which have to do with business license, current on taxes, current on utility bills, is generally something that is tracked through our finance department for the most part. And so I would ask if she could perhaps join us in this conversation.
Hi, Tammy Hitchens, Finance Director. And so with respect to the in good standing, we have a, well, first of all, this is probably the first time we've had this question about what good standing is. So we have to kind of backtrack a little bit from that perspective. But the bottom line is that to be in good standing, you have to have a business license. A business license is a primary function and requirement of opening any business in pretty much any city in the state of Colorado, let alone probably the nation. So to have a business license and not getting a business license in the city that you're working is to me a little bit, I would say, confusing as to why people would not get one of those to begin with, or why they would think they would not need to get one. The second component is that, we don't know if you owe taxes. And so the bottom line is part of the business license, what that provides to us is it gives you an account. It gives you a sales and use tax license account, and you may owe zero taxes. And that's perfectly fine if that's the case. But you have to tell us that you owe zero taxes, because if you don't tell us, because we are in a voluntary tax system, and compliance is all 100% voluntary. So if you don't tell us you don't owe taxes, we don't know that you don't owe taxes. And so as we go through the process of looking at what people owe, what they don't owe, first of all, the first thing we look at is if people have actually, well, if they filed a license or filed a tax return, I should say. If they don't have a license and they don't file, we don't know that they exist. So we have no ability to monitor that. If in fact that they do have an account and they don't file a return, then we will send out a standard assessment. That assessment says, based on your past history, we think you're going to owe X amount. And the bottom line is, like, we just want to hear from you. And the bottom line is, we're going to send this assessment to you, our expectation is you're going to respond to us in some fashion that says, oh, I forgot to file my return. Here's my return. I owe zero. File that return and life is good. We don't have to really go any further for the most part. The assessment that was originally issued is no longer valid, and we will basically forgive it. Having said that, if you're a habitual offender, we may not forgive it. You may have to pay some penalty and interest. So, but so for the most part, that's the way that we do that. So then at the end of the year, or at the end of time, it's like we look and we have a list of people. Well, as you might imagine, we start with the people that owe us the most money, and we work on them. So there may be people down lower on the list that may or may not get a lot of communication about what they owe or don't owe, so that where they know or they don't know that they're in good standing. But it's really ultimately in the end, it's up to the taxpayer to know what they need to do and follow the rules. And if you get an assessment from us, we have an expectation of communication back. So the bottom line is that, and people can always call us and say, hey, am I in good standing? Am I up to date with you? Yes, you are. So there's a lot of things to that. I will say that, like I said, we look at the pecking order. The people that owe us the most money are the ones that we go after. We have a limited staff, and so that's what we do.
Thank you. That's very detailed and very helpful. I appreciate that, Tammy. I do have a couple other questions. For those that are not in good standing, I believe, Mr. Hall, you mentioned that June 4th was the date for businesses to get into good standing. Does that mean that they would then still have the opportunity to be reviewed as far as getting them into good standing and potentially approved for a Westy Rise grant?
Well, Counselor, thank you for the question. I think just to be clear, we and Ms. Hitchens may want to jump in on this as well. We made a set of recommendations to council and are seeking council direction. One of those recommendations was to provide an opportunity for some of those businesses that weren't in good standing to come into compliance by, I want to say it was June 5th, and they would then be reconsidered for the program. Yes.
Well, I'm in support of that. I know that our second phase of the program is closed, so I would be supportive of extending that timeline as far as getting businesses into good standing. I would caution on June 5th because it is a Friday, and I do believe that city offices are closed, not unless we are processing through Friday. But I would be in support of that. My other question is then, is if they're not in good standing, or if they would like to check on their status of where they're at in any sort of this phase, who would they talk to? Because as we all know, government and public agencies, there's a ton of different departments and a lot of people working on a lot of different things. So what is a one-stop shop that folks can go to as far as getting an answer and getting them to where they need to go in order to answer their questions as far as what needs to be done?
Thank you, Counselor. At the outset of this program, I think we made it fairly clear that the Economic Development Office is sort of the public face of the assistance programs. And if those businesses contact our office, we can either help answer questions about aspects of the program which have to do with eligibility and qualifications. If they have, however, a specific tax issue, they will need to speak directly to our finance department. We have posted, when we have put up programs, we have posted a single point of contact in economic development for questions. We are happy then to, if it's something that's out of the realm of simple program guidelines and is more of a tax issue, we are happy to give them a direct contact on our finance department. And let me assure you, because Tammy reminds me all the time, I don't even get to know about tax information. So I can't be a great deal of help. They really do need to talk to our finance department.
Great.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
This is Tammy again. I can get you we have a general number that anybody can call in, and we will provide them information about their own account anytime anybody asks. We actually have a telephone tree that we can get you that information. So any taxpayer that has any questions are able to call our tax number. I can send out that number. It's on our website. But in addition, any sort of question that someone might have, they can email us as well. And we're happy to answer those questions.
Great, thank you. One final question. When is the Shop Local campaign set to begin?
Thank you, Counselor. Good question. It's had a couple starts and stops, and that's really had to do with kind of the succession of orders that have come out from the state and not knowing exactly when businesses would open. Obviously, you don't want to start a Shop Local campaign when no one can go shopping. So I anticipate will be later this week or early next. And the chamber may have more specific information since they're going to be leading this effort.
Great. Thank you very much for all of your answers to my questions. Very helpful, very knowledgeable. So thank you very much.
Our council, I'm going to take one more comment on this item. And then after that, we're going to have a discussion about extending the meeting because we still have 3 other activities that need to be covered tonight. And we're near the end of our allowable time. So Mr. Voles, if you'd like to ask your question on this particular item, then we'll go to getting an extension.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. I want to take this opportunity to thank the economic development staff for all they're doing and all the great work they're doing. It is tremendous. And I appreciate the partnerships and the comments you made earlier about partnerships. Early on in this process, city council members, including myself, asked the question about partnerships, and you've worked on that, you heard that and acted on that, and I appreciate it greatly. I also, Councilor Smith is correct. I did ask about, could we get a heads up, a list of organizations and businesses helped, and you did that. So I think Chase worked on that. Please extend my thank you to him. I've read through it a couple times and it was very helpful. So thank you for following up on that request. 2 quick questions. Well, I was also going to ask about Shop Local, but that's already been answered. Thank you, Councilor Smith. I just want to ask Mr. Hall, is this, all of this work, this is great achievement, is this being, I'll ask the same question I asked the city clerk, is this being done with current staff, or have you augmented your staff slightly to help with this? Because it's a really impressive list of achievements here. And then also, do we yet have a count of how many businesses have closed in Westminster? And is that something we will get at all, or is that something we may know at some point? How many businesses just couldn't survive the situation that we're in right now? Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Voles. First question was a staffing question, really. And I would tell you that it has been a citywide effort to stand these programs up and implement them. Every single program that I brought up tonight has involved partnerships within the organization at a minimum. And I think you got a good taste of that this evening when we talked about the temporary use permit for expanded food and beverage service areas. That probably involved 8 different departments, including fire and police, on top of the departments you would normally think of. We, in the case of care calls, we made a request to have some PR&L employees temporarily assigned to help us make all of those calls. And it's just been fantastic. And so the cooperation across multiple departments, that it's every single city department really has contributed. So I just can't say enough about those efforts. And since I know you're concerned about transparency, obviously we are also tracking all of the funds spent through these programs, and we'll be providing additional reports as time goes on. I'm sorry, your second question, Councilor, was?
do we know yet how many businesses have not survived the COVID-19?
Thank you, Counselor, for that question. There is no good source. We have resorted to windshield surveys. We are actually driving both our retail centers and our business parks to garner additional information. And it's not hard to observe the businesses that are open. It's not hard to observe vacant space. It is those businesses that may be in a bit of a hiatus that you can't really tell if they're going to reopen or not. And so we are doing a combination of survey work via the internet and of windshield surveys, so in-person work, trying to get to some data on business closures, because the numbers that you have seen, I'm sure you've read, especially in the restaurant industry, are quite frightening about how many restaurants may not reopen. And so we're trying to get that information pulled together as quickly as we can. We just don't have a great source.
Great, thank you for that answer. And your earlier answer about staff and teams within our city working together is an outstanding answer, and thank you for that. It makes me feel really good, and our residents should know how hard our staff are working and how well they're working together throughout this crisis. So that was a great answer, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
One last comment on this, Mr. Hall. Understanding that as we look at previous applications, there are some of these things that disqualified earlier applicants that are beyond the control of the city. They may be at the state level that we cannot cure.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. All right, Council, at this point, we've covered 2 of the 5 items. It's approximately 10:06. We have to adjourn at 10:30. We will need a motion from the council and a second and an approval for us to extend. Ms. Opie, you have any idea about how long you think the remaining 3 items will take? Or should?
That obviously is in City Council's hands as how much they want to discuss. I'm optimistic that if we have the next 30 minutes and then we add 30, hopefully we can wrap things up. But obviously, if that doesn't cover it, we're certainly willing to extend with you if you're willing.
All right. Council, I'm going to recommend that you consider a 30-minute extension. That'll take us to 11 p.m. And if we are still not done, we'll come back and do a second extension. If there's someone who would like to make the motion for a 30-minute extension, I would open it up at this time. Mr. Seymour.
Mr. Mayor, I move we extend for 30 minutes.
All right, Ms. Smith.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to extend to 11 p.m. local time. If there are any objections to this, Ms. Parker, do you need a roll call for this?
No, Mr. Mayor, a voice vote will suffice.
All right. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, City Council time is extended by 30 minutes to 11 p.m. Mr. Opie, would you go on to item 3, please?
Mr. Mayor, we actually have one other item under economic recovery.
Okay.
If Chief Financial Officer, Deputy City Manager Larry Dorr would join us, just chat a little bit about some of the things that we're doing with CARES and specifically hazard pay.
Okay. Mr. Dorr, please.
Thank you, Ms. Opie and Mr. Mayor. Yes, on the subject of hazard pay and the CARES Act, 2 weeks ago during your meeting, I described that our Human Resources Department and our first responders, our police and fire departments were collaborating with our other department heads whose workers have had significant physical public interaction or are working in close contact with one another and who have some of whom have contracted COVID-19. Jefferson County, Adams County, Thornton, and Aurora all have hazard pay programs, and it was suggested by council and staff as well has moved forward to propose a policy. In the spirit of being agile and responsive and quick to this, we've done a thorough job, but we've done it quickly, and hence we do not. I have a policy I'd like to describe and proceed forward with. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions and get any feedback. We could also, at some point in the future, have a formal council resolution if that was your pleasure. But with the appropriations, we have the authority to proceed with hazard pay. We looked at all of the policies and programs, and we think that the policy that I'll just describe here briefly is the most thoughtful, involves not just our first responders, but also others in our public works, utilities departments and our general services departments who've been working hard throughout COVID-19 and putting themselves in harm's way and performing their duties to the community. Our policy would take effect retroactively to March 17th and continue through the end of May. That's an 11-week time period that could provide additional compensation for as many as 700 employees. Those workers will be reviewed by their department head and human resources for eligibility and fall into one of two categories. Well, let me just say first, if all first responders would be eligible to receive $100 per week for that time period. And I can tell you that falls in the upper middle level in keeping with a lot of our pay philosophies and our values. But in addition, we would have for those folks, as I mentioned, who are not first responders, they would be eligible for $50 per week during that time period. And I will say that there are, of those agencies that I mentioned, there are a couple that are not providing any hazard pay to non-first responders. We think that this will cause, of course, we need to have those reviews done and approved, but we think that this will probably have a price tag of a little bit over $550,000. And of course, this would be a part of our reporting under CARES, both to each of the counties and of course to City Council and the Westminster community. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions about hazard pay for these workers. And I would, Mayor, I would seek an informal consensus, and we can begin implementing this hazard pay program as fast as possible. Thank you.
All right. Questions from any of the members of the council in regards to the program that's being proposed by Mr. Dorr? Is anyone who has an objection to the program being instituted that Mr. Dorr has requested? Mr. DeMott? Hang on a second. All of a sudden, I got a bunch of hits. Mr. Seymour, I'll start with you.
Mr. Mayor, I accidentally chimed in. I'll defer.
Okay. Ms. Smith, any comments that you wanted to make?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. DeMott, any comments?
I have a question for Mr. Dorr. So I appreciate your work on this. This is something I've asked about for the last month or so. And so I'm glad to see that you have a path forward. I'm just curious, when you talk about public works and those folks that have been exposed, can you tell me a little bit more about that? I'm just trying to understand what level of employee that we're talking about that would be able to partake in that program.
Thank you, Councilor. Yes, let's see. We sort of looked at two things, and we believe that those workforces have a mixture of things. First, significant physical contact and public interaction, and we probably have less of that amongst those individuals who might be performing park maintenance or doing some street maintenance activities. They probably have a little bit less interaction with the public. However, a lot of their work falls under the other category, and that is 50% of their time spent in close contact to other workers. So as you can probably imagine, operating heavy machinery and equipment, or some street water, sewer, utility maintenance operations and activities. Many of those activities, those hard physical labor, manual labor, or skilled machinery operations, they're just not one-person jobs. And unfortunately, those individuals, the hazard is coming into contact with each other as coworkers and as colleagues, unable to be social distanced and so forth, because operating the machinery, down in our sewer systems and managing our water utility just brings the worker in contact with other workers. And to the extent that those people are involved in those kinds of activities, 50% or greater, and measured by week, of course, then they would be eligible for that hazard pay. So a couple of examples there, but I think we can kind of envision those circumstances where contact with the public or contact with your fellow coworker.
Great. Nope, that's great clarification. I appreciate it. I am generally supportive of this, and I appreciate your work on it.
Thank you.
All right, so let me pool the council again. Is there anyone who has an objection to this program moving forward? Hearing and seeing no objections, Mr. Dorr, please move forward.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor. We will continue to do that and keep you updated on the impact and progress of hazard pay. And with that, Ms. Opie, I think that concludes economic recovery update, and we will be ready for item number 3 on the agenda.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Dorr. Next up is emergency declaration monthly review. We had committed to City Council to make sure that we circle back, ideally at the first study session of each month, to provide a status update and discuss if there's any concerns about the emergency declaration continuing further. I'll defer now to City Attorney Dave Frankel.
Thanks, Ms. Opie. This is David Frankel, City Attorney, and I wanted to bring you up to date relative to activities that have occurred pursuant to the Mayor and then City Council's declaration of a state of emergency for our city, which began in mid-March. Most recently, as Council considered this evening, we had an emergency directive issued by the City Manager on May 27th regarding expanded opportunities for restaurants to reopen with outdoor patio spaces for their dining areas and for the subsequent liquor license applications that we anticipate would be made for those expanded areas. That emergency directive is designed to streamline the process for reopening our local businesses, and it was approved this evening on the special meeting agenda, and that constitutes obviously the most recent action that the city's taken pursuant to the emergency update. We also continue to conduct remote meetings pursuant to the Westminster Municipal Code, as this evening's meeting is conducted online via our GoToWebinar. And the other effects of our emergency ordinance, which are ongoing, is an effort to maximize our eligibility for reimbursement for FEMA emergency funding for their public assistance, and also the continued operation of our EOC, which is obviously taking a role in coordinating a response across the city regarding emergency operations. The earlier actions that were taken by City Council pursuant to the state of emergency include the face coverings resolution, as well as the COVID-19 educational outreach resolution, which were approved by City Council previously. So if Council has any other questions, those are the items that I'm aware of that have been enabled by the state of emergency.
Councilors, any questions of Mr. Frankel on this issue? Mr. Frankel, one of the things that between you and the city clerk, we need to consider, with the extension today of the Safer at Home Act by the governor through the end of end of June, I have to anticipate that there is going to be a point where we're going to have an executive session to be able to discuss items coming up. In your opinion, since we can't meet in person based upon the extension of this order, between you and the city clerk, we have got to have some way to come up with an ability for the city council to have executive sessions in order to conduct business. Do either of you have any guidance on where we're at on this or how we might be doing this? Because I can't imagine we're going to go more than a couple more weeks that we're going to have something in this area.
Understood, Mr. Mayor. Dave Frankel again. Ms. Parker and I and Ms. Decker have been in communication regarding this subject for some weeks now, and it's our expectation that we could enable an executive session meeting that would be password protected for City Council to go into. Obviously, pursuant to the Open Meetings Law, City Council would need to vote in an open meeting to enter into an executive session. If Council did so choose, then we would provide a password to members of City Council so that they could log into the special executive session, conduct that executive session, end the executive session, and resume the open meeting from which the executive session was initiated. So I do believe that we have the technical capability to make that option available to City Council as needed. Ms. Parker?
That is exactly correct. Mr. Frankel summarized it beautifully. We are prepared to go. We have already the capability to do that. We have an account specifically set up for City Council's use exclusively for executive session. And what's more, if needed, we could actually have more than one executive session, both of them held separately with different passwords if that were a need. But we are ready to move forward with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, because I know that we have got to be getting to the point sooner or later that we're going to end up having to have an executive session in order to conduct business or being responsive to issues that are coming up. So once that,
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add one additional comment to your initial, the way you asked the question. I wanted to be sure that Council understands that though the governor's executive order today extends essentially the safer at home regimen for another 30 days, local government functions that are critical in nature could have face-to-face meetings so long as socially distancing arrangements were in place. So I want Council to be aware that that is an option, that the governor's orders have recognized that municipal legislative bodies, such as City Council here, does have the option. I think the challenges, to be blunt, are with regard to our facility and how many we could actually fit into the City Council chambers while social distancing. My understanding is the number is rather limited, but I think that it is likely inevitable, obviously, that we'll return to having face-to-face meetings, and that we will need to make plans for that when it is appropriate.
well, I think that's part of my point, is that we know we're going to end up having to go to this at some point, but can we do it and still be in compliance with the state order? But most importantly, can we do it in a manner that doesn't expose council or staff or anyone who would have to be a part of those sessions to unnecessary risk?
Agree, Mr. Mayor, agree. And I just wanted you to understand, though, that the 10-person limit, for example, there is a recognized exception to having a gathering of no more than 10 people if you are performing a critical government function such as the municipal city council. But absolutely, we would need to make plans with for the safety of all involved, and to ensure that when face-to-face meetings resume, that they are done in a way to minimize risk for all.
Okay. All right, thank you, staff. This is something I think you're going to have to continue to look at, and when the need arises, that we are prepared to deal with that, whether it's in person or virtual. And we have to make sure we have a level of comfort from the council and the people who would be involved in that they're comfortable coming to an in-face meeting. If not, then we have to go to the virtual option. All right, Ms. Opie. Next item.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Next item is the strategic plan process review. You received an email from Cody Blue Herb last week, and then a follow-up information tonight talking about where we were in the strategic plan process when COVID hit, and some proposed alternatives based on feedback from our consultants. With that, I'll turn it over to Cody.
Thank you, Ms. Opie. Cody Bluerb, Assistant to the City Manager. As Ms. Opie stated, you received a letter and from our strategic plan consultants with some suggestions and pivoting our regular strategic planning process to a more tactical policy priority setting and governance meeting. And with that, also including some work towards the vision statement. Accompanying that letter were some proposed alternative options for what the strategic planning process or this process of governance and policy setting would be in 2020. I'm here to answer questions and take direction from you all.
Cody, one of the things that I was looking at on this and looking at the three alternatives, my concern with alternative B was that we had a date in the middle of June, which we now know is a part of the continuation of the Safer at Home Act, covers that date. I don't know the availability of all of council on those two dates, but that one was one of the ones that, as I expressed a concern with anything scheduled in June. And I don't know if this would qualify for the exception that Mr. Frankel was talking about was for strategic planning.
Mr.
Correct.
Mayor,
Sir,
I can
and
confirm
these,
that for you.
Sorry.
Whichever one of you would like to proceed first.
I just wanted to be clear that the dates are proposed dates. The June 20th is a June 20th or July 11th that there, and then of course dates in general. If none of these work for council as a whole, are we can work with the consultants to find other options depending on if you want to meet virtually or in person.
Okay. Council, this is kind of looking for each council to comment on the three alternatives that have been presented to you. And looking at the dates specifically, if there are plans that you have that would conflict with the dates that are proposed, we need to know that now as well. So anybody would like to start, I'd be happy to hear your comments. Ms. Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Both proposed dates work fine for me, virtual or in person.
You're talking about for item B or C?
C.
You're looking at C, okay. Mr. Seymour.
Mr. Mayor, as far as dates, still in a situation where about any date would work. My biggest concern is I think this rises to the level of what Mr. Frankel was talking about of critical municipal function. I'm one that would, whatever it takes, however the big the room is, how far we can spread it, but everyone out to try to get us together in one place to have these discussions, and in agreement with the type of agenda, changing it towards looking at budgeting and post-COVID response.
So then you're, if I'm interpreting you correctly, Mr. Seymour, you're looking at alternatives B and C, not A.
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of the items that I had got more clarification on from Cody, so I appreciate her being available to answer those questions. But with the dates, I'm more towards the B or C option of the in-person. I think there's more value and benefit of doing this kind of planning and this kind of long-term strategy in person. But again, I realize that we have restrictions in place, but I too have a restriction of July 25th. it's the planned date that my parents will be coming to town. I don't know if that's still the case with our safer at home orders, but that's been in place since beginning of the year. Obviously, things have been changing. So I just want to throw that out there that it could potentially be a conflict, but I think we should just move forward with making plans as necessary, because I don't want to postpone this any further than it has to be. So my vote would be for B or C.
All right, Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there an echo on your end?
That's all right. Go ahead.
I apologize. There's a pretty bad echo on my end. So I just wanted to say that I'm happy to defer to the newer members of council. I think it's really hard for them to not have had the opportunity to do the protocol conversation yet. So I will make myself available for whatever option the majority of my colleagues choose.
Okay. Mr. Voles and Mr. DeMott.
I will go with the majority group. I'm available, and B and C work for me as well. Thank you.
Mr. DeMott.
B and C is fine, and those dates are fine with me as well, but I do prefer the in-person if we can swing it.
Okay. As do I. I think it's more beneficial in person. So Ms. Erb, I would think based on the feedbacks we've just had from council, that alternative B and C are workable. We need to make sure that anything we do is in compliance with the governor's orders, that we don't violate that. So work that with Mr. Frankel, that we're not any kind of violation. But I think the consensus of the council is that we prefer to have this in person. So I
Thank you,
believe
sir. That's what I heard as well.
yeah, alternative A is off the table. So we'll try to work with B or C, understanding that there's potential with the July 25th. And I think that's something we can try to work around.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Ms. Opie, I think we have one last item, item 5.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, does council have a preference for for B versus C? Because B, as I understand it, is more of a half day, 3/4 day versus C being 2 days. So I just want to make sure if you have a preference that we're trying to honor that. Recognizing we'll have to massage dates.
Yeah. Me
I'm sorry,
personally,
I don't mean to interrupt, but the alternative B would be 2 different days.
Okay, I apologize,
Oh,
Cody.
I'm sorry. You're right, Barbara. Nope, you're right, Barbara. I forgot that the budget part was still virtual on that one. My apologies. She is correct.
so from my standpoint, yeah, I prefer B. And I think that takes out the issue of the dates that are in alternative C from Ms. Smith. And no one indicated there's an option or unless B versus C. The only thing is we have to just watch the orders from the state that we don't violate those on the 20th.
Okay, so just to add a item to the conversation, the consultants are also available the entire weekend, July 11th. So they're available July 10th through the 12th, which would be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So if you would prefer to do a 2-day team building and the workshop with budget and vision, and the July 11th and 12th dates would work better, that could be alternative like C2. Would that be better for council as a whole?
I think one of the things you have to consider this is that we have a number of people who have day jobs and Friday is still a work day for them.
Right, that's why I was offering July 11th, which is a Saturday, and July 12th is a Sunday.
Right.
And that's what's reflected in the 24th and 20.
All right, Ms. Seitz, you have any feedback on that one?
I appreciate Ms. Erb's kind of amendment there. I was going to say, to me, what I see as a big difference between the B and C, and correct me if I'm wrong, is they both have the budget retreat, but one has the budget retreat in person and one has it virtually. And my concern about the budget retreat that is in person is in option C. It's listed at September 19th, which really puts us so close to when we have to approve the budget by our charter that I'm concerned that it won't allow council the opportunity to really get involved with the budget. So if we could do option C2, like she said, and maybe move those dates up a bit, doing the first two back to back on that weekend of the 11th, and then perhaps moving the budget up a bit. I would prefer that, because I feel like that gives it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I should make a note.
Yeah, the
Sorry,
19th
Barbara, if
is,
you want.
go ahead.
The September 19th is a budget retreat that is specifically for budget as a whole. And as Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager, just sent me a note that actually July 11th, 12th would be too soon for any robust budget conversation. The idea behind that budget conversation as the tactical element of the strategic plan is to set more of a policy priorities and the bigger picture. And then the September 19th would be what has traditionally been a budget retreat that you've done, I think, biannually. So
maybe
that's
what we
why
could
it says
do
no. So sorry, Barbara.
Sorry, no, thank you. So maybe what we can do in this case is, it looks like we need to look for some additional dates. I guess the question would be is if council is comfortable with doing the budget workshop. Obviously, the September 19th budget retreat will stand as is currently planned, but the 3-hour workshop, whether we want to do it as part of an in-person process or virtual, then Cody will go back and we'll see, talk with Chris and look for some other dates that might be possible and send that out to council.
Okay, fair enough.
Ms. Smith, you had a question or a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just threw out that I have family coming into town, but please do not make, it seems like that is a deciding factor, and I don't want it to be. So I would much rather have an in-person. So if that is something that council as a whole collectively can make on July 25th work, then I would much rather have that than do anything virtually, obviously maintaining all orders. But if we could make that work for an in-person on the 25th, if that works for everybody, I can make it work on my end with my family. So.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Councillor Smith, the alternative C is a 2-day. So would the 24th and 25th, which is a Friday, Saturday, or the 25th, 26th, which is Saturday, Sunday, be preferable?
And Saturday, Sunday for any situation would be preferable. If it absolutely has to be a weekday, then I just need advance notice to work with my employer to try and get off.
Okay, we'll certainly try for Saturday, Sunday. That makes most sense.
Thank you.
All right, other comments from council? Ms. Erb, you have enough information for what your questions are?
Yes, what I'm hearing is that there's a preference for all option C, the Saturday, July 25th and Sunday, July 26th in person, but all dependent on if we're in compliance with safer at home orders. So I'll continue to work that direction.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Ms.
Okay.
Sophie, let's go to the next one.
The next one, I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Jody Andrews to provide us an update on the Code Forward and Harris Park process update. council had tabled that item a few weeks ago and we just want to touch base.
Thank you, Barbara. Mayor and council, this is a very, very brief update. Following the recent city council discussion, staff has separated the two contract recommendations on the Code Forward and the Harris Park Plan work for separate consideration by council. And those are going to be presented in two separate standalone memos at the next meeting of council, which is on June 8th. And although the projects are with the same consultant, City Council can approve one, both, or neither contract amendment as presented by staff. Detailed plans for each project will be presented in those memos. So that's really by way of update to look for those memos in the packet for next week. There will be two separate memos, both of which will be standalone.
Okay. Any questions from council in regards to item 5? Okay, Mr. Andrews, please go ahead. Ms. Sophie, let's go back to, I think it's in, and I'm sorry, I can't remember which email it's in regards to make sure we have clear direction on the Westy Rise program. Can you confirm what it is that staff may need on that?
Yes, sir. I just want to circle back on the Westy Rise business grants. There was an email from City Attorney Dave Frankel that had outlined some materials, but one of the things that was included in there was to propose some possible changes to the program itself. And so there were four bullet point items. I'm going to ask John Hall, excuse me, to jump on here, Economic Development Director, and just recap those items real quickly and make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Mayor and Council. We just want to make sure we have clear direction moving forward. The recommendation from staff regarding reconsideration of proposals that had previously been denied related to the Westy Rise Business Grant Program included the following 4 conditions. First, that the applicants that have brought their accounts current will be given immediate review. Second, that disqualified applicants must bring their account current no later than June 5th, either by filing outstanding returns and/or paying outstanding tax amounts that were due as of March 1st, 2020. Third, priority will be given to those applicants that have shown a commitment to compliance related to their tax obligations through review of their account history. And fourth, those applicants that did not have an active license as of March 1st, regardless of the length of time they operated without a license, will not be reconsidered. So those are the recommendations of staff for reconsideration, and wanted to make sure we received direction from council.
John, I think the one thing that I would have a question on, if this is a state issue, we don't have a way to waive that.
That's correct, Mayor. So if they had not, if they were not current with the Secretary of State's office and were not able to become current by June 5th, they would not be eligible.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to take away something that we don't have authority to do. All right, Council, any comments? I think the proposal that we had was try to get as many people as possible cured, if that can be done, and then let them be reconsidered for the remaining funds that we have available in the RISE grant program. Is that the desire of council? Ms. Sykes, did you have a comment?
No, I don't have a comment.
Okay, Ms. Smith, I'm looking at the last ones in the chat. I'm just trying to make sure I haven't missed anybody.
Can you repeat what you said, Mr. Mayor?
What's proposed by staff is to go back and reevaluate all the applications that were denied. If they came into compliance by the date of, I think Mr. Hall is saying by June the 5th, if they can come into compliance with the things that they were not in compliance with that are controllable by the city, then they would be reconsidered. But if it's a state issue, they would not be, because they haven't cleared the state issue.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Merritt. That makes sense. And I think I made it clear in my previous discussion that I am supportive of that.
Okay. Ms. Scully?
I am supportive.
So
Okay.
this is Tammy Hitchens. Again, the one question that needs to be addressed is if the council is in agreement with the fact that if people did not have an active license as of March 1st, a business license, that regardless of the length of time that they've been operating, that they would not be reconsidered, because what I'm hearing here is that they could become, cure their default. And in this case, we are recommending, because the business license is such a basic premise of operating a business in the city of Westminster, that they would not be reconsidered if they did not have a business license as of March 1st.
My understanding, Ms. Hitchens, is that's correct, because if they were operating illegally, we should not be funding somebody that's running an illegal business because they're not in compliance with state law. I'll go back to Ms. Scully to make sure we had your comments.
I'm in support, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Sight?
I'm also supportive of the staff recommendation, particularly with the caveat that Ms. Hitchens just described.
Okay. Ms. Smith, I think I have your recommendations. Mr. Voles, Mr. Seymour, Mr. DeMott, any comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilor Voles. I would also support the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay.
This is Councilor DeMott. I'm fine with it as well.
Mr. Seymour, you're the only one left.
I am also fine with the recommendations also. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Hall, I think you guys and Ms. Opie, I think you have everything you need.
Thank you, Council.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Council.
All right, City Manager Opie, do you have any other closing comments or items of business that we need to conduct tonight?
No, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good
All right.
evening.
All right, Council, is there any closing comments from anyone? All right, seeing none at this time, I will call the council. We are adjourned and we thank you very much, and we'll see you again next week.